Perfect. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Buongiorno. Welcome to the third day of GUADEC. We are finally starting the third day at track 1, and we have our first talk for today. We are going to start with the presentation from our executive director, and I'll let him talk about the two kinds of GNOME.
Thanks, everybody, for showing up this early after apparently a very late night. I went to the bathroom 2 minutes before this, and there were 3 people in the hall, so that's who I was expecting to be presenting to. The very first slide is going to be this. This is not for you folks. This is for people on YouTube, if they happen to watch this afterwards. A lot of the content of this talk is going to be geared towards a bit of an explanation as to why our users might want to donate to GNOME. I will start with this. I have been told not to talk about death, but I think that's a very difficult thing to do when you're a mortal being. So there are a couple mentions of death in the talk. If that's a trigger for you, then you should probably leave the room. If you're on YouTube, you should probably just not watch the video. A little bit about me. I like this saying for myself. I'm only medium smart, but what I lack in intelligence, I more than compensate for in stubbornness. This is kind of my intention in this role as executive director. I want to push through with perhaps unreasonable force on a few things. A little bit about my background for those who don't know me or who haven't read my introductory blog post on Planet GNOME. I started a worker-owned software cooperative in India back in 2012-ish with 7 friends. And we grew that for a while. I handed over the reins, and the woman who I handed the reins over to is still taking care of that company, still exists, still successful. I took a couple years off, and then I spent 6 years in commercial open source. So that's kind of my open source background. I'm not really from a traditional free software background, as many of you folks would be. I'm also into off-grid cabins, which is going to come up a few times in this talk. So this is my off-grid cabin. I really like the trees around the off-grid cabin. So this is on the east coast in Nova Scotia, about an hour and a half from Halifax, where I now live. I'm not from there originally. And the reason that I bring this up, this is kind of the Atlantic Ocean, sort of, that you can see in the background. It's a bit of a cove that the cabin is positioned on. So the reason I bring this up is because I have a short story about Ron, who is Ron. It doesn't really matter. It's a chainsaw story. This isn't the death part, I promise. So Ron was an off-gridder, which I initially thought was cool. He bought 2 lots in Nova Scotia. He bought one further east, and he bought one south of where my cabin was located. He seemed to be a nice guy, and he emailed me for the first time announcing who he was, and he said, "Hi, I bought the lot south of you. If I wanted to build a house there," and his description was to move there to die. So speaking of death, would you let me build a road if I wanted to build a house? And I said, "Oh, of course." Like, this retiree, ex-off-gridder, he wants to build a house. I should let him build a road if he needs one. But as it happened, what Ron really wanted was to quadruple his money. And the way that this ended up was Ron decided on threats and blackmail as the method of getting his money. So Ron's threats and he made good on his threats. He started cutting the trees from the bottom of the blue line, which is the road. So the road ends, that little orange square is my cabin, more or less. And you have to take a canoe, or you have to walk down a very uncomfortable cobblestone beach to get to the cabin. All those lots on the south end of this peninsula are boat access only by deed. So there is no road. On paper, or in reality. But Ron thought he would cut a road by cutting down the trees across a bunch of properties he didn't own. It's a long story, but he cut the trees basically up to my cabin, promising that he was going to pave a 60-foot wide road to that point, and then he was going to get a right-of-way to his lot, which is the one in red. I found out about this because he sent me a notice saying, "Hi, I'm chainsawing all the trees on the peninsula so that I can build a gigantic road." And then later, he sent me this email. In case you can't read it from where you're sitting, it says, "Hi again, Stephen. While chainsawing yesterday, I had a thought I'd like to share. If you throw it out, that's fine. It's the last straw attempt that in my mind makes a great deal of sense. I also want to note, we will have our disagreements, but we don't need to be mortal enemies." I don't know if that was a threat. Why not purchase our property for $55,000? He bought it for $16,000. Which was the listed price. Wouldn't that solve everybody's concerns? Let me explain my thought process. And then he goes on this bizarre 14-point screed about how it would solve the chainsawing and I wouldn't have a road and then nobody would be bulldozing right up to my cabin. So obviously I hired a lawyer and dealt with this situation. But for quite a while afterward, I was fairly angry. I would wake up in the morning and I would be angry. I would go to sleep at night or not sleep at night and I would be angry. Why was this person coming to me? Why were they bothering me? Why was this a part of my life? And I realized fairly quickly that the anger was hurting me. It was becoming a sort of obsession. And eventually, Ron found a buyer. Some random bankers from Bermuda bought his lot along with the lot next to it. And I've never seen or heard from them. And he was gone forever. And I was left to wonder why I was so angry in the first place. So this is a microcosm. I'm going to exploit the microcosm to talk a little bit about politics. Oh no. So when it comes to politics, the cabin story is a bit of a cautionary tale. I think there's plenty to be angry about in 2025. But anger is debatably our most unhelpful emotion. It doesn't cause us to act as much as we love to believe that it does. We only act when we are thinking rationally. So the anger might cause us to feel a motivation to act eventually, but while we're angry, we don't act. We only react. And if you're angry, you're hurting yourself, and you're probably hurting other people around you. So we have to be a bit careful not to hurt ourselves or others. So I would like to encourage everyone to please be careful. Be careful with yourself. Be careful with other people around you. When you're on the internet, if you rage post, rage posting becomes your persona, and it becomes the brand of GNOME. And I think that that's unhealthy. Read what you write as your audience. Take a minute to do that every time. Think about all the different people around the world who are going to read what you're writing as yourself, as a member of the GNOME community, whether you're a contributor or otherwise, users as well, like me. And try to notice when you might be perceived to be angry, because I think a lot of us write things in a way that's very direct, but that others can see as being angry even if it's not. And I would say that most people on this planet are not like Ron, and maybe Ron's maybe he's a nice person if you actually get to know him, but most people are really genuinely lovely. I think from meeting everyone here at GUADEC, you can say that about everyone here, but I think the vast majority of people that I've met in my life in any country are lovely, lovely people, and they don't have the worst intentions, and we should never assume that they do. And so this is not a warning to us, the greater GNOME community of developers, contributors, and users. This is a warning to social media, because I think that there's a there's a moment right now, the past 5 years especially, but the past 5 to 10 years, where the socialization of the internet has gotten really intense. And particularly to YouTubers and podcasters, and there's a spectrum, right? There are people out there that genuinely just want to hurt other people, and I'm not speaking to them. I'm speaking to people who genuinely want to do good in this world, that drama posts affect real lives. Hackers are real people. So the names that you pull out of a mailing list, or that you pull out of discourse, or that you pull out of wherever, and they're usually not celebrities, like no offense, but no one in this room is Linus Torvalds, right? And even Linus probably doesn't deserve to be hotshot at from some podcast. And so that's not to you folks, that's to maybe someone who might watch this on YouTube. So all of that is kind of a preface to this blog post I read once. I don't remember where it's from. I don't remember what the title of the blog post was. But the blog post essentially posited this idea as a component of what it was saying. There was a lot about the blog post I didn't like, but I liked this idea. And the idea was that our political spectrum that we tend to think of is outmoded. First of all, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to apply it to every country on the planet, but we'd have this tendency to do that. Being right-wing in the United States might mean that you convince other people that they should own guns. Being right-wing in India might mean that you kill someone for eating beef. These things are not the same. And this one-dimensional political spectrum, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. Maybe it never made any sense, but it's not that useful a tool, in my opinion, for the world of 2025. And so this person's blog post essentially said, well, let's rotate the entire thing 90 degrees and look at this in terms of, if you're American or Canadians or British, it's like red, blue. If you're Indian, it's white, orange. This is like left-right political spectrum. Let's make it black, green. And so the top is black and the bottom is green. Again, on that blog post, I can't remember where it's from. And these are sort of the categories. Black is about science and space exploration and technology and accelerating human development. And green is about nature and being closer to Earth and natural processes. And then there are kind of all these other, I've added all these other things, right? The green is cottagecore and black is synthwave. Black might use the term open source, green might use the term free software. Black might pronounce it GNOME, green might pronounce it GNOME. You can be both at the same time, right? You can wear a suit every day, but still live in an off-grid cabin on occasion. To be a bit narcissistic about it. But everyone in this political spectrum has some shared ideals that I think are increasingly common, right? That we're inclusive, that we're peaceful, that we want resources and public services for everyone. And maybe this is a little bit more the people in this room, that we believe that intellectual property is stupid and that we have the right to repair and that we have the right to privacy and security, first and foremost, in the products that we buy. For people that don't believe this, this is my belief, I don't want to project it on you. I really do, and have a long time, I've believed that intellectual property is a stupid idea. And I explained this to my friend who lives in the cabin next to me, he's a natural gas trader, he's not a technology person. And I basically said, the idea that intellectual property code or products on their own have any real value is a bit like this hospital that is in the town next to our cabins, which basically, this is a hospital that hasn't had a doctor for 10 years, right? So it's a building, a large, expensive building that probably cost them $6–10 million to make. But it has this sign out front, urgent care by appointment, which I think every time I drive by it is amusing to me. A hospital isn't useful without doctors. The code isn't useful without the people who understand what that code does, who can evolve it, who can maintain it. And so intellectual property really should be a communal resource. It should belong to everyone. And that's part of why I'm here to work on GNOME, is because I think a lot of other people believe that same thing. So what does any of this have to do with GNOME? Cassidy gave me this explanation of why, why in 2025 is it branded GNOME. He's like, oh, it's the GNOMEs or the gnomes in the machine. Like they're the things making the computer work. Magic black box. And I like to put the gnomes on the spectrum. And so at the bottom, you have the forest gnomes. So this is my friend Sandy, the gas trader. This is his mushroom gnome. And then beside that is another forest gnome that my partner made for me. So very cute. He's a forest gnome despite the fact that he lives in front of an HP printer. And at the top I was trying to come up with what are the black end of the spectrum gnomes. And those are, in my mind, doozers. I don't know how many of you remember Fraggle Rock from the 80s, but the doozers live underground and they just build for the sake of building. They love building. They love nothing else but to build and construct these like massive structures that the Fraggles then come and eat, and they don't care because if the Fraggles didn't eat the structures, they would have no space to build because they would just build themselves out of a home. And I think that this is cute, but not really what I'm talking about. So I think there is a reason that I brought up these other points about anger and the risk of anger. I think we have a right to repair ourselves. So the trolls and bullies and even criminals of the internet love an easy target. And I would say that GNOME is an easy target at the moment because GNOME has had a difficult couple of years. The foundation has had an even longer difficult time, arguably. And so I would say, rather than focusing on those difficulties, continue to focus on building, and everything else will sort of follow. So this idea of social repair, this idea that most people are really lovely and that we shouldn't assume the worst, whether it's us in this room or whether it's the people out on the internet who are talking about GNOME, because as an outsider, because I'm not a GNOME contributor, I'm just a GNOME user, I've noticed that people have not a few people have this tendency to talk about GNOME as though it's some sort of like evil corporate entity, despite the fact that it's really quite a collaborative effort still. It's still a pure free software project. And I would say that as much as I would like them not to dunk on GNOME, I would like us not to dunk on other people's projects. And so this includes attempts to push Linux out into the world in various ways. This includes some of the stuff in the black category. So I would say if somebody is experimenting with LLMs, for example, don't be too hard on them just because you don't believe in that. Let them have their own agency. And so there's a component of brand repair here, which is if we focus on the mission, then that becomes the way that we conduct ourselves in public, where this is the only thing that we care about, is GNOME's mission. Not the only thing we care about, but this is the primary concern that we have. And that becomes branding and marketing. And in my mind, the product is the brand. So I've had a lot of conversations while I was working up to taking on this role, where people would ask, what is GNOME? What is GNOME Foundation? What are you doing? And I like Rob's description of GNOME's branding problem. It's not about logos or names or any of that, but that we have the sandwich problem, which is around my cabin, there's a lobster fisherman. If I ask the lobster fisherman, have you heard of Linux? He has, right? Despite the fact nothing could be more invisible than Linux as a product. And if you ask Linux users, have they heard of GNOME, even if they're running it? Many of them haven't. They've heard of SUSE, Ubuntu, Fedora, whatever, Debian, whatever they happen to be running. And so we're sort of in the middle. And I would say that's actually a good thing. You can embrace being a utility. And I think it's good to enjoy being that kind of seamless, apparently effortless product. And I would say it's much like GUADEC itself. Like, I think many of us, myself included, come here and it seems seamless and effortless because of the efforts of the people who put on the event for us. And as a consumer, it's nice to be able to take those things for granted. I think it's a good thing that our users take GNOME for granted. But at the same time, the product does have a brand. If you want to brand it, you can. And I think we should embrace that as well. So there's a component of this which is foundation repair. So I took this photo while we were walking to dinner the other night. It was a foundation-y looking photo. It's also a little broken. You'll see the finance report, a brief finance report this afternoon at the AGM. I think the foundation will benefit from really focusing on continuous improvement toward a focus on the mission. So I actually think most contributors are already quite focused on the mission. The foundation can also focus that way. What are we continuously improving toward? In my mind, policy governance. Policy, yay, everyone's really excited about. So policy governance is, to an extent, this picture. Obviously, the picture is more complicated than this, but the more I read, and I'm not a nonprofit person. I've been in the for-profit world or government world for 20 plus years. I've worked with nonprofits, but only as a volunteer. The more I read about 501c3, the more I love it. It's really well thought out. It's really well constructed. It is a nice structure for us to have a nonprofit that supports GNOME. And the structure of a 501c3 is that the 501c3 is the servant of the membership. Whatever the membership happens to be, it doesn't have to be the way that GNOME has membership. But the foundation basically operates under the leadership or the execution of the executive director and the staff. The board are the representative democracy of the membership, and they are my bosses. And the board is you. If you want to be on the board next year, you can. There will be some slots opening up, some seats. And the lever that you have as the board under policy governance is you can fire the ED, right? You set policy, and then you ask the ED and the staff to execute on that policy. And if they're matching the policy, if their actions match the policy, then good. And if they're not matching the policy, then bad. At the moment, we have a blend, right? We have a pretty significant executive committee. We have a lot of working board members, which is good at the moment because we're stretched fairly thin. But eventually, that should no longer be the case. And the board should really just say, here's the 5-year vision, the 10-year vision. This is what we want for the project, and this is what we want the foundation to do to serve the project. And then the rest of us should just get to work on that thing. So the reason, I'm not a policy wonk, right? The reason that I'm excited to be a part of this is because I think that there's quite a special moment right now. And that moment is maybe the year of the Linux desktop, except I would say that that happened already. And this is part of why I'm excited to be a part of this in 2025. The year of the Linux desktop, for me personally, was 2010. In 2010, I worked for a finance company, like a trading firm, and they had 2 or 3 full-time staff members who managed Red Hat Enterprise Linux on desktop machines in our office. The software and the hardware were perfectly aligned. So there was this vertical integration was one of the bullets under black on that slide. It worked perfectly. right, in 2010. Ran GNOME. I didn't think about GNOME. I didn't think about the Linux desktop. It worked as well as my Mac. It worked as well as the Windows machine that I still had to use for some C# development at the time. And I feel like we really just need to take the W. So this is something that George Castro and I talked about, which is we won already. Somebody won, or it wasn't me. I wasn't involved in the winning, but celebratory, right? That this was my fantasy 15 to 20 years ago, was to have open hardware that I could run open, free software on top of, and it exists today. And you have multiple vendors doing this, and you have multiple vendors doing this really well. And it's not aspirational. It's something that's kind of, it's either done or it's on its way. And so I like to tell this story about, I don't know, has anyone in the room been to Strangeloop ever? There's like one person. So Strangeloop is, I'm a backend software developer historically, right? So Strangeloop is like distributed computing, databases, networking kind of things. They are, to a degree, a large degree, our audience, the kinds of people who would attend a conference like Strangeloop. And I attended the last Strangeloop in 2023. This is the Opera House in St. Louis, where part of the conference takes place. You have these bears, two giant concrete bears on either side of the Opera House, and they have these amazing signs that I love right in front of them. There's a "Please don't climb on the bears." And after the conference, every day, you'll find people just sitting on the steps of the Opera House with their laptops out and hacking on some random thing, right? 15 years ago, 2010, I think, was one of my first Strangeloops. It was hip to be on the stairs of the Opera House with your Mac out. In 2023, that was the uncool laptop, and everybody on the stairs that was trying to show off had a framework. And you can be certain that they're not running Windows, right? Nobody thinks that's cool. And so your desktop environment is spreading pretty far and wide already as the new dominant environment that people are leaning into. And so I really do believe that GNOME can dominate the market. I think it's slow, continuous growth that never really has a good reason for falling off. So Windows 10 is end of life as of October, and the KDE folks and some GNOME folks have come together for this end of 10 initiative, which I think is really fun. And it's sort of like the old 90s and early 2000s install fests, except they're called repair cafes now. On the right are macOS releases, and the jump corresponds to the death of Steve Jobs, apparently. I don't know if that's actually how this works or if there are other reasons. But if you own a Mac like I do, I have some iOS development that I have to do on weekends for another nonprofit. You noticed when this happened, right? Because every point release of macOS started breaking things, big things. Like, oh my God, your monitor doesn't work anymore. Sorry, we broke USB-C completely. Please wait a couple months until you can use your monitor again. For those of us with incredibly bad eyes, that meant no computer, because I can't really work on a laptop for extended periods of time. The business models of these organizations do not incentivize them to improve their products for their users. And you're seeing that now. The graph is tilting pretty steeply down, whereas GNOME, in my 20 years of experience with it, just gets better every year. It just gets a little better. It gets a little better. You may have your complaints, but it's going to get a little better next release. It's going to get a little better next release because we serve the users exclusively. We don't have some abstract revenue model that needs to be supported by cramming AI into every corner of the thing or taking screenshots of our users' desktops or whatever, showing them ads, whatever weird thing. And at the same time, we can dominate this new market, new machines, that's great, but we can also revitalize old machines. So I'm not a social media person, never in my life have I seen so much activity. Then I randomly posted one day, I have an old MacBook Air from 2011. And this is another story that I like to tell because I think it's just really joyful. I took out the Mac and I hadn't opened it in a couple of years, I don't think. And I popped the lid and I saw, oh, can I do like update things with Homebrew? And I'd never seen this before. Homebrew shouted at me in the terminal. It was in a word, stop, like don't email us, don't complain. You're not allowed to use Homebrew anymore. Like everything is broken on this computer. And I expect that from Apple, but I didn't really expect that from Homebrew. And I was a bit shocked. I was like, oh, okay, it's really fundamentally broken. Like this, no security updates, sure, but also I can't even like make my software work anymore. And I thought, what the heck? I'm going to take Debian Stable, this wasn't that long ago. This was maybe 4 or 5 months ago. So it was Debian Stable versus Debian 12, right, which is 2 years old at this point. And I was like, I'm going to toss it on this MacBook Air and see what happens. And I did, and it worked fine. And I had a stable, albeit very old version of GNOME, and I had Flatpak. And so I could install Discord and Slack and Spotify and whatever, right? I could still communicate with all those areas of the universe that don't necessarily subscribe to free software ideals or open source ideals. This is a real turning point where I can take, if you look closely, like the tops of those keyboard keys are completely dissolved and worn out. Like the plastic flakes off every time you type on it. This is a very old machine that GNOME runs perfectly on. Somebody in this room is paying a lot of attention to the details to make that work because you're doing a better job than Apple. I think the other moment that is of significance right now is people are a bit fed up with the cloud. And I had this conversation with Alan the other day. Probably local first will never win-win, right? It's not going to dominate everything. It inherently kind of doesn't have a business model attached to it. So it's difficult for it to win in that way that Linux won on the server and is winning on the desktop. Oh no, 10 minutes left. Okay, thank you. But I think that a lot of people are really intrigued by this idea, and it's the right kind of people, right? It's hackers, free software hackers, but it's also just software developers in general who are very, very tired of $30,000 a month AWS bills, are very, very tired of SaaS products that just vaporize, you know, 1 quarter. Oh, sorry, we stopped making this. Oh, sorry, we changed the feature set so it's incompatible with the thing that you bought originally. And there's a nice place for the free desktop here because for whatever, well, not for whatever reason, it's understandable. The local first people keep targeting the web. They're like, oh, we'll make it work in the browser. We'll make it work in the browser. It's like, you know what? You have a platform that's actually a lot better and a lot more convenient than the browser for building local first software. It's your computer. So you can just build things directly on the computer and it'll be really nice and really easy. The reason I bring this up is because I joined the Ink and Switch Discord after the Strange Loop 2023. They had a local first unconf after the conference, and Ink and Switch invited people to join their Discord, and I joined the Discord, and all of a sudden I was seeing names from the 2004 to 2010 era, like people that had otherwise kind of disappeared from my radar. And I was like, oh, interesting. Like all these old fogies like me, but much more prominent, have kind of coalesced over here in this local first territory because they think it's interesting, because they think something fun is going to happen there. There's also a moment now where you can look to the future and be like, oh, there's still a big bunch of challenges that we can go tackle. So I don't think that you can do pure Linux on a phone and say it's going to work every time the way that you can with GNOME on the desktop today, but maybe in 10 years, I don't know how long it's going to take. Sri showed me his OnePlus running post-market OS the other day. I was pleasantly surprised by how smooth it is, how kind of cool it is, how satisfying it is to just have the familiarity of the apps that I use every day just right there on a phone. And I think that this is both worlds, right? You're reclaiming old hardware, green, but you can also do something new and sexy with fancy new hardware, the black category as well. And so ultimately, I wouldn't be here if I didn't expect that future GNOME means that it's for everyone and that it's absolutely everywhere, across every piece of hardware that you can buy, in every country, in every language, with strong accessibility for folks who have accessibility needs. So how do we get there? There are some things I think that we can do. I would say, one, we should be forming more alliances. There are other people that believe in the things that we believe, and we should boost them, right? Like, we should get behind the products and the projects that are doing the things that align with GNOME's mission. GNOME's mission doesn't just need to be about the desktop. It can be about all these other aspects of computing that we have right now. These are all our friends, right? And I would say that keep them honest. So we have to focus on our mission. That mission can be projected on these other folks. And I think that if they start screwing up, we can hold them accountable, right? So I don't know how I never knew this until this most recent year, that like Libra, which is a word that I've never really liked that much because it's impossible for a lot of speakers of different languages to pronounce, particularly in a very English-centric world. It was self-centered, but that Fry basically has the same appearance as free, and so you can put it in the same place, free software, and it's unambiguous. For the last 15 years or so, free software and open source were kind of, I mean, they've always legally been the same thing, right? But there was a time when it mattered what you said. And it feels like, again, it sort of matters what you say, because you can say open source and mean open core or open enough. You can't really do that with free software. Nobody's like, my open core free software product, right? That doesn't exist. And so you can start saying that word again, or free software. And that gives you a tool to hold our friends and allies accountable if they start drifting toward the enemy camp, right? You can stop boosting them. You can stop installing their software. I would say beware of open core for that reason, that it's not necessarily aligned with the things that we want mission-wise. And I would say beware of good enough, right? There are a lot of products that I still hear people saying like, oh, Google Suite, it's good enough. It's like, it's good enough right now. You know it's going to fail you in the same way that Windows would fail you, in the same way that macOS would fail you, in the same way that iOS will fail you. So maybe get off of it before the collapse. I think we already do this, but I don't know that this is, again, for YouTube, right? I don't know how many people realize that this transition has happened. And I mean, you can kind of credit Apple for doing this initially. We're pushing apps with the iPhone, and that's become the method of software delivery inside of an environment like GNOME or KDE, right? And this adheres to both sides of this pseudo-political spectrum. FlatHub is a product. Flatpak is a platform. Other people can set up their own FlatHubs, right? So Rob was mentioning the other day, he's like, I'm surprised that there isn't like a Libra hub, thank you, or FryHub, or whatever you might want to call it yet, but it's probably coming, right? And so last, how can the foundation help, right? Like, how can the foundation help GNOME into this future? Is this even a future you want? I mean, many people will probably disagree with me on a few of these points, which is why I want to leave 15 minutes for questions. But I think the foundation can help the GNOME project by embracing institution. So this is both the project and the foundation. So I liked Emmanuel's talk. I like the idea that you want to decouple yourself from people, right? People come, people go, people get burnt out. The project is this organism unto itself. The foundation is an organism unto itself. 501c3 is structured in such a way that it anticipates this, right? We should have succession plans. If you had a 40-year ED, you should know many decades before that person exits, who's coming next? How are they coming next? What is the plan for booting them up? 40 years, 3 months. So when we incorporated Nilenso, cooperatives in India are very weird. You can essentially have 9 different kinds of agricultural cooperative or 2 different kinds of dairy cooperative, or maybe it's the other way around, I forget. But you can't really incorporate a technology cooperative in India under co-op law because you can't sell outside of India's borders and you can't hire international employees, of which I was one. And so we structured Nilenso as an LLP, sort of like a law firm. And we hired Kaitan, which is this very fancy law firm in Bangalore, and they told us, focus on the institution. We focus on turning the organization into this entity that persists beyond any one of you, right? There's you 8, right, to begin with, but some of you will leave. I left. Many other people left. And it remains healthy. It continues to exist beyond us. And even if we didn't retire, even if we didn't go find another job, like eventually there will be an end, right? I apologize. There's trigger warning all the way at the beginning, but just for this, right? I don't want to think about the people in this room dying, but I do want to acknowledge that that's a reality that we need to plan for. The other thing that the foundation can do is stronger marketing. So I like this idea that the product is the brand. I want the foundation to lean into that, right? The product serves people, the foundation serves the product, and the mission is the product. The thing that we're doing is solving universal computing for everybody in the world as best we can. And so to do that, we need some new fundraising. So the foundation, as I said, needs to serve the mission in on the project, but I want this message to be for our users, right? I want people in this room and contributors to GNOME community members to be skeptical of me, because you need to fire me if I'm not doing a good job. Or any ED, if they're doing a bad job, you fire them because that's your responsibility. Certainty, I've said this a lot of places, certainty is the only enemy of science, and evidence is the only friend of science. Be scientific and be rational about this. Wait until our goal for the number of individual contributors, our first goal is 3,000 individual contributors. Our secondary goal is 6,000 individual contributors. Thank you. And so push the foundation to work toward that, and push the foundation to support the project if you see us doing things that you think are a distraction, a waste of time, a waste of money. Be critical. We're tough. We'll manage, right? We're here to serve you. And now I'm not speaking to YouTube unless you're a contributor on YouTube. I'm speaking to the people in this room. We exist to serve the project. And so wait for evidence that we're doing that or evidence that we're not, and help steer us accordingly. So this is one last pitch to the people on YouTube to go to donate.gnome.org and contribute. One component of being a 501c3, and one of the things that I like about being a 501c3, is that we have a public support test. And so Jeff and Rob and I went for lunch the other day, and Jeff had a good point. He's like, every individual donor that comes, every user who supports GNOME ups the ceiling for big corporate donors to come and give money to support the project in a bigger way. And I think that's a nice way of thinking about it, that every user that comes means we can take money from more people who can really afford it. Of course, if you can't afford it, please don't donate money to us. We'll survive without you hurting yourselves. And with that, do folks have questions? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. If anyone has questions, please raise your hand.
Hi. Tons of persons in our community are poor and struggle to pay rent and are minoritized and discriminated in many other ways. And my question is, like, do you realize how violent it can be to cross the Atlantic, go on the stage and tell this bourgeois introductory tale about owning a cabin in the wood that doesn't really fill your statement that you're inclusive, in my opinion? It's a bit odd. My question is, like, this introduction is a bit odd, like out of touch with the community. I don't understand. But that's it.
I think I missed half of that. I apologize.
Okay, whatever.
In addition to being partly blind, I'm also partly deaf.
In that case, I have another question from the audience.
So my question is, given, I suppose, the recent kind of instability in what's happening in the States, does the foundation have any plans of like setting up a European branch or for perhaps safety reasons? I don't know. Perhaps this is a stupid question. I'm just thinking about that.
No, I don't think it's a stupid question at all. It's a very common question. At the moment, no. I think part of the reason that I like to explain to people that as I learn about nonprofits and as I learn about 501c3 law and compliance, that I increasingly find myself liking it, is that I think it would be very unlikely that the United States becomes so destabilized that 501c3s or nonprofits in general were sort of like dissolved as a concept. There's a lot of American society that relies on those corporate entities existing. I think at the moment the foundation is, as I mentioned, is kind of in repair mode to some degree. It's been without an ED for quite a long time. I'm very grateful to Holly and Richard for the work that they did in the various periods of difficulty that the foundation was experiencing while they were both employed with the foundation. But I think that the foundation really needs to find its feet. And one of the framings of 501c3 that I would lean on is the original paperwork of the 501c3. That I don't know if anyone in this room other than maybe Rosanna and Federico would remember. Basically, it says, like, congratulations, you're incorporated as a 501c3, 2001. We will bless you as a real 501c3 in 2006. So basically, there's a 5-year window where the IRS could come and say, yeah, actually, we changed our mind. You're not a charity. Please pay tax on all the donations that you received. That's a half decade is a long time. That's quite a significant thing to be incorporated in that way. And so I think that that's kind of the window that you should probably use as yesterday's weather. It's kind of like if it took 5 years to really properly incorporate a 501c3 for the foundation originally, You should look at a 5-year window for incorporation in another country if we choose to do that. I don't think we would set up a second nonprofit, although people have suggested that. But I think you really need to look on these long timeframes to say, where is a safe harbor for the legal entity that represents GNOME if you want to change from the United States? And maybe you want to in the future. But I think Germany is an interesting example, right? A lot of nonprofit, free and open source nonprofits incorporated in Germany in recent years. And then there was a government shift in Germany recently. They are not friendly toward free software. The current administration in Germany is not friendly toward free and open source software nonprofits. I learned this from another person running another free software nonprofit, that basically they had to move their nonprofit to Denmark because they're like, it's too much of a pain to work in Germany at the moment. So yes, you could move to Europe. You have to choose a country to incorporate in. So you need to have really like a decades-long, speaking of succession planning, right? This is succession planning to know, where does the legal entity belong? Is it going to be safe there for a long time? So it's not something that we won't keep talking about and keep considering, and certainly keep an eye on the stability of the United States over the coming years. But it's not something immediate.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions? If people online have any questions, please send them in the chats, Matrix, or Telegram.
Hello. Let me try and express this clearly. So it's a very good thing that KDE and GNOME both exist and are both different things. And we've spent a lot of, it would be an easy question to ask, like, how do we collaborate better with KDE? And there's like 20 years of history there. We've co-located the events multiple times, and we co-organized Linux App Summit and so on. But actually, I'm going to ask the opposite question. Like, what is our difference from KDE? Like, what do you think we can do differently to them, and what can they do differently to us?
Beyond the differences that already exist?
Not necessarily, no.
So at least as a user, right? Like I'm here I was recently hired, but I'm here as a user. Like that's kind of my role in the GNOME world. I don't think I'll ever be good enough to like contribute code to GNOME. I haven't looked at KDE. The last time I ran KDE was 2000 or 2001. So 25 years, 24 years. And I have a vision of KDE in my mind, or had, that's wildly incorrect. Right? So I have a friend who comes to a local hacker group on Monday nights. We go to a cafe and people write code. And work on their kind of like fun side project or whatever. And it was shortly after I started work at the GNOME Foundation, and he was like talking about KDE, and he's on a Mac, but he's like, I still have a place in my heart. So I have this VM where I run KDE when I want to feel something nice, right? And it was like, I have to use this Mac for work, but I run KDE. Do you want to see it? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. Like I know KDE. Show me KDE. It's very pretty, right? Like it's very slick and it's very cool, and it's still too convoluted for me. As a user, I like that GNOME is a utility, right? I like that it's invisible. I don't think you get as much gratitude necessarily. So I would say, in the same way that many of us probably don't express the gratitude that we have. The example I used was GUADEC itself. We have this like wonderful event managed and run by people who are doing a fantastic job because it's very seamless, very effortless, seems effortless, right, to the consumer. The same is true of the water company or the power utility, that you only notice it when it breaks. That's kind of my relationship to GNOME, and that's actually a relationship I really like with technology. That it completely stays out of my way, that my life is not about the technology. My life is about the things that I do day to day, and the technology enables that life. I think KDE has a different perspective, right? KDE wants to be there for you to have fun with it and to like play and customize. And I saw this friend opened a window, right? And was like, look at all these sweet configuration options I have. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I do not want that, but I'm glad you do, right? And I want you to enjoy that, and I want you to have that option. And I think that you'll see, to a degree, more gratitude for that reason, because it's a thing that's more apparent, right? It's more apparent to KDE users, to a degree, that this thing is a part of their lives. It's not disappearing into the background at all. And I think that that's good. Like, that's a good differentiation between the two environments. And I don't necessarily want more than that. I think that these are great computing options, right? I don't know if there's a third option. I mean, there are smaller desktop environments that offer other things, but I feel like these are the two ways that in my 30, 35 years of using computers, that I've engaged with computers, because there was a time in my life where I would have found KDE more compelling. I think we just, as a community, I would say we just keep encouraging them to do their thing. Like, keep making a thing that's fun for your users, and hopefully they keep encouraging us to keep making a thing that's very simple and stays out of the way of the users. Which is, at least, I mean, that's my personal interpretation of how GNOME behaves. I mean, I'm sure there are as many interpretations of what GNOME is and how it behaves as there are people in this room, but.
So we have a couple more minutes. If we have one more question, I think we can take it.
I should have left in my more controversial slides.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still formulating the whole thing, so please be a little patient. During our presentation, something that caught my attention was that the vocabulary you use is very interesting. So you used brand and product and marketing and users a lot. So, and this is the part that I'm still formulating. Like, technically, like, I personally contribute to GNOME with code, and that technically probably makes me a developer. On the daily operations, on the the minutiae of the contribution process, though, I don't feel that there is a differentiation, or that clear of a differentiation between quote unquote a user and a developer. And over time, that lack of differentiation grew and grew, and it's just a massive blurry line. Like, it's like, to me, like, everyone is unequally likely to be a developer person. I understand that it is very useful, and actually, it is probably better that you don't change this whole, products and brands and users vocabulary. It's very useful for a ED to use it. But, like, do you not see, how do you see this lack of responsibility towards quote unquote users that some of us might feel like? I don't offer user support. I don't offer anything except the code that is as it is. no warranties or anything like that, which makes it a non-product in some sense. You just take it or take it and use it, take it or fix it, or don't take it. There's no, producty thing on it. I don't know if that makes sense to you, sorry.
No, it does. It does. I think that is, it's a huge part of the way that free software works in the first place, right? You are not obligated as a developer, as an event organizer, as a designer, necessarily, though designers may feel a bit more of a pull to treat GNOME as a product. Certainly, you could contribute something to Circle that is pretty far removed from the core vision of GNOME. You could contribute something to the deep internals of GNOME that's pretty far removed from the user experience. But I think that there's like this Krishnamurti quote where he asks the people in the audience, where he's like, do you not see how identifying someone as an American or a Russian or a Mexican or an Italian, but that's violent? You're drawing lines between these things. The same is true for user and developer, right? We're like, put a bunch of people over in this camp and we put a bunch of people over in this camp. Obviously, it's a spectrum. Like, I could contribute code to GNOME probably in TypeScript or Python or something. The last time I wrote C was 26 years ago. I won't be contributing any C, I don't think. But people can come inside the fold. And this is actually, so the slide about apps is about this, right? That like on the periphery, somebody can take one small step inside. They may be mostly user and little tiny bit developer. I actually don't think the distinction is important. It's just useful for people who, particularly people who don't even realize they're running GNOME, right? Like so much a user, so much an invisible user that I think for them, it may be useful to use some of these words, but they're not baked into the idea that the foundation has, or that I have at least, of what GNOME is. And I think all these perspectives are valid.
Thank you so much. We don't have any more time for other questions. If you'd like to reach out, you can find Steven around the venue. And for people online, if you have other questions, we'll ask him if he can respond in the chat. We have a very short 7-minute coffee break, and we'll go with the next talk. Thank you.
I'm sorry if my question sounded a little aggressive. I tried to rephrase that so many times in my head, and
No,
it
it's
sounded
fine.
way worse than what I was trying to say.
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's Scott. Good morning.
understand. I understand that. It's just a bit of it. Like the language we use, it reflects how we view perspective we have on. Like, should be okay. The reason I asked that, I don't see. Not a separate group. There's no line where for a user I have some kind of responsibility. Everyone is potentially.
So hello everyone. Today's topic of JavaScript and TypeScript in 2025 GNOME will be talked by Philip Cimento and begin.
Hey. Oh, thank you, everybody. I haven't even said anything yet. Just in case you're wondering, it's not too bad. It's not broken. This is just for resting. My name is Philip Cimento. I'm going to talk about JavaScript and TypeScript in GNOME. I do a talk like this. I have done for the past few years at GUADEC, where I am going to talk about some exciting new development. This year it'll be using TypeScript to write apps. And then what I usually include is also a section on what's new and what's next in the JavaScript language. Nice new language features that we can use. And then I'll have a section on some cool project ideas, things that I would love to do myself, but I don't have time, but maybe you do. As always, I stick my presentation full of links, and if you want to follow them, you can go to this address. It's an HTML presentation. It's what I'm using to present this here as well, and you can click through the links. And also visit the slides later if you missed something or you want to see, you want to use them for reference. So yeah, first part, GNOME apps in TypeScript. Why is this guy talking about TypeScript? He's always been the JavaScript guy. Quick introduction to TypeScript. It is a language that is similar to JavaScript, but contains, I think it's actually a superset of JavaScript. It contains strict types. So there is a compile step where you have a compiler with a type checker, and the output of the compiler is regular old JavaScript without types that your browser can run, or in our case, GJS can run. So it's very similar to JavaScript, and it to some extent the TypeScript and the JavaScript programmers communities they mix, they mingle with each other, and that's why I'm kind of interested in this. I'm not the main person who's driving the adoption of TypeScript in GNOME. There are several other people which deserve the credit for that. But because it's so related to JavaScript, I decided to try it out, and I'm going to tell that story a little bit. So the quick rundown of how to use TypeScript in GNOME today. I guess the main use case is you want to write an app, and either you're familiar with JavaScript, but you want the type checking, or you're already familiar with TypeScript. There is a TypeScript template for GJS, thanks to Chris's hard work. I linked to it last year, but here's the link again. You can clone this repo and scaffold your code on top of that. If you're writing an app, most apps should start there. There's also a link here to the tool that reads the GObject introspection files of all our GNOME platform libraries and generates the TypeScript definitions so that the TypeScript compiler knows what the types are. That's all done transparently for you in the app template. But if you want to get into the details, you can go look at that. Most apps should start with that template. There is also, I believe, a page on GJS.guide on how to write a shell extension, GNOME shell extension using TypeScript. But I haven't tried that, but I'm told that it works. So this is kind of a story that started at last year's GUADEC.
I'm kind of obsessed with nonograms puzzles. They're also called Picross or Gridler, or they're known by several names, but it's a puzzle where you here it is. There's rows and columns with numbers, and the numbers indicate the number of consecutive squares that you have to fill in. So you can logically deduce whether a square is black or white, and there are also color nonograms. So Jonathan has this wonderful crosswords app. And last year at GUADEC, I nerd sniped him into adding support for nonogram puzzles in the puzzle library that the GNOME Crosswords is based on. And he did it. So that left me with no choice but to follow up with an app. And at that point, Chris's TypeScript template was fairly new. And I thought, okay, well, this is my chance to start figuring out how to use TypeScript in GNOME, and what are the good points and what are the friction points. So this GIF that I've got here, this is actually a GIF of working code in my app. And TypeScript, I enjoyed the experience. It really let me get, well, not quite this far, but almost this far just last year, kind of in the evenings after the talks at GUADEC. I think TypeScript is a really good fit for development with the GNOME platform, because we have these platform libraries. They're written in, they have a C API, which is, C is a strongly typed language. So is TypeScript, and I think it really helps you develop quickly because you have to. It happens much less often that you have to pause what you're doing and go to the documentation. So I enjoyed the experience. I know that a lot of people don't like TypeScript. That's fine too. We still have JavaScript. The component that I primarily contribute to in GNOME is the JavaScript interpreter, not the TypeScript interpreter. So we support both, and that's as it should be. Yeah, so I used the TypeScript template, and most of it just worked. And I'll highlight a couple of things that you have to watch out for, though. So I mentioned before, the TypeScript compiler checks the types and then outputs JavaScript. Now, JavaScript, there are so many different editions of it because it is, its main application is as a web language, and you can't count on everybody having the same browser. So there are some older versions of the language, some newer versions. So the TypeScript compiler has a fairly intricate settings on like what is it actually allowed to generate in the generated JavaScript code. And so you have pretty fine-grained control over that. And so there's an interesting interaction between TypeScript and JavaScript and GObject here, which is that private class members, or actually even public class fields, were only added fairly recently to JavaScript. They made it into the standard in 2020. No, but they made it into the standard before 2023, but for some reason this is the target that you have to give to the TypeScript compiler. But we actually have kind of an issue with GObject and the semantics of class fields in regular JavaScript, where they're the semantics, if you add a field to a class, is that it doesn't exist in the constructor. It's initialized after the constructor. And TypeScript had kind of a non-standard version of class members before those things got into JavaScript, and TypeScript does the opposite. They initialize the class members before the constructor when they in their generated JavaScript code. So that's and with the TypeScript semantics, we actually don't have that problem with GObject. So this is a very sort of convoluted problem to notice, but you've got to target a slightly old version of JavaScript where you can use private class members in your TypeScript code, and then they actually, the TypeScript compiler actually compiles them out, so the resulting JavaScript code doesn't have them, even though we do support them in GJS. But it just kind of avoids this difficulty. And if you want to read the details, there's a link here. You can click through to the issue, and it would be really cool if somebody has an idea on how to solve that. I think it's possible. The other kind of friction that I noticed in the TypeScript compiler is, I talked about, I wrote a puzzle app that uses libipuz, which is the library that Jonathan maintains, which has support for file formats for crossword puzzles, acrostic puzzles, and now also nonogram puzzles. This is a very specialized library, so of course it's not part of a flatpak runtime. So when you start out with the TypeScript app template, there are no TypeScript definitions generated for that library. I think a lot of apps are in that same situation. They'll use like an internal library or at least some library that's not in the flatpak runtime. What do you do in that case? Do you figure out how to use the definition generator as part of the build process, or you handwrite it? I chose to handwrite the type definitions for libipuz. There's something I haven't quite figured out is that you have to import ipuz to actually use the API, but in the types you have to import each type name separately, and I haven't quite figured out why that is. But if you're writing a TypeScript app and you're using your own C library with type definitions not part of the runtime, then it's something you have to be careful of. So I'd say that this is a really successful experiment. My only regret is that I didn't have more time to work on it. It's I would have liked to show you a complete app and told you to download it, but it's not really playable yet. There's only one puzzle. That's kind of boring. But yeah, another time. But I would say TypeScript is a very feasible way to write apps in GNOME. Now for everybody's favorite section, what's new in GJS? This is the part where we celebrate our contributors and then also talk about like the new language features that we're going to get in GNOME 48 and 49. So for this, I'm going to talk about GJS. GJS is the GNOME component that I maintain. It is GNOME's JavaScript engine. It's kind of an extended version of the JavaScript engine that's used in the Firefox browser. We take that. We take the engine from the long-term support release of Firefox, and then we build our own stuff on top of it to support loading our GNOME platform libraries. In the past years, this what's new in the language was always pretty large and pretty dramatic and pretty backwards incompatible, because JavaScript used to be a terrible language to program in with none of the facilities that we're used to from other programming languages. I'd say it's over the course of the last 10 years, but especially over the last 5 years, that's changed quite a lot. It's actually now quite pleasant to program in, I think. There's no more modernization backlog and no more incompatible stuff from the Wild West days of Mozilla innovating without without the agreement of the other browsers. So it used to be every year I would tell you, oh, this has been removed from the JavaScript engine and you can't do this anymore. Don't have any of that, so that's nice. But I've gotten feedback that people still find these talks useful, even though it's not like critical information, like you have to remove this and that from your code base. So I keep doing them. In GNOME 48, we got source maps. That's very exciting. Now, a lot of us, I think, are probably used to languages that compile to machine code. If you don't know what a source map is, you can think of it as like debug information for languages that compile down to JavaScript, so like TypeScript. It's gives you the information, like if you throw an exception in your TypeScript app, like you don't want to see the line number and file name of the in the generated JavaScript code, because that's unreadable and that's not the code that you wrote. You want to see the file name and line number in your TypeScript code, and that's what source maps do. And it's all thanks to some hard work by Gary. You can do this and it just works. Like build tools like TypeScript and other build tools in the JavaScript ecosystem, they put like a magic. They can generate a source map and they put like this magic comment in the generated JavaScript code. That just all works seamlessly. You can switch on source maps in your TypeScript configuration, and suddenly, the line numbers in the debugger will be correct. They'll point into the TypeScript code. Line numbers in exception stack traces, they'll be correct. It's wonderful. I would say it would be very hard to develop in TypeScript or another transpiled language if we didn't have this. Another thing that Gary did was improve the interactive interpreter with history, something that people have asked for a long time. It just, you can see kind of two things on the GIF here that I included. You can see me, pressing up arrow to scroll through the history. And the commands that I'm actually executing, they're showing another new feature in 48, is that you can now do async stuff in the interactive interpreter. Like you can see here, creating and showing a window, and that's it used to be that would block the interpreter. You wouldn't, you would show the window, and then that would. You wouldn't be able to enter anything else into the interpreter. But now you can like click the button and receive a signal and stuff like that. So you can't yet use import or await directly in the interpreter, but this is something that we needed in order to get there. I'll talk more about that later. Other cool stuff, you can examine private class members in the debugger. You didn't used to be able to do that. This now helps you debug your code a lot better. We got a really cool performance improvement from Marco, where if you access properties on a GObject, you're no longer going through GObject set and GObject get and all the G-value marshalling stuff. You're just calling the C getter or setter directly. This is a huge speed up if you use GObject properties. Too bad that none of the other people I mentioned celebrating these features are here, but Marco is here, so give him a thank you when you see him. In GNOME 49, we're going to upgrade the JavaScript engine. We try to do this every year because Firefox makes a long-term support release every year, and we track that. It'll bring in security updates, and it also brings in new features in the JavaScript language. So we're going to get Firefox 140, which was released, I think, late May. That's going to bring in temporal, which I'm particularly excited about because getting temporal into the JavaScript language is actually my day job. I've been working on it for like 5 years. Going to the ECMAScript committee and presenting things over and over again and having all the little arguments that you have to get something standardized. I gave a talk on it last month at a conference. If you want to know more, you can click here. But Temporal is a facility that does dates and times and date times with and without time zones and date arithmetic, like adding 1 month. What happens if you add 1 month to January 31st? Think about it. And non-Gregorian calendars and all kinds of stuff. It's a replacement for the date object in JavaScript, which is really terrible. Here's one reason why it's terrible. This is a screenshot I made of a bug that Florian had to fix one time in GNOME Shell. We had to actually break the code freeze for this. If it's too small and you can't read it, it says, "This is embarrassing. All our dates are currently off by a whopping 1900 years." That's purely because JavaScript date has such a badly designed API that encourages you to send a 2-digit year instead of a 4-digit year. So I'm very excited for Temporal when things like this and time zone confusions, they'll be a thing of the past, hopefully. Another really exciting feature that we get is using. So this is a new feature. It's kind of like scoped cleanup in C and C++. Here you can get a stream from reading a file, and if you set it up right, you can say using stream, and that means that at the end of the scope, the stream will be closed. No matter, even if like this other function, my foobar new from stream, if that throws, you'll still close the stream. Normally, you would either have to close the stream manually in a finally block, or you just wait for the variable to be garbage collected, which is non-deterministic. So, really you want to use a finally block. But now you can use using. That's cool. You can add the using capability to your own objects if there's something some cleanup that you want to do when you're not using the variable anymore, like disconnecting signals. Don't use gobject dispose. That can crash if your variable is garbage collected when while the engine is shutting down. So this could kind of revolutionize the way that we write our JS code in GNOME. It's finally going to be simple cleanup. It's a bit of a hassle now. So I'm very excited about this feature as well. I'm going to go through the rest of the stuff kind of quickly because it's just a kind of a laundry list. But we're going to get some really exciting iterator methods. I love thinking in terms of functional style with filter and reduce. But if you use the array methods for filter and reduce and stuff like that, the path of least resistance is often that you're iterating through the array multiple times. With iterators, you have pretty much methods of the same names, but you only iterate once. Iterators kind of let you have the efficiency of a for-of loop, which I hate to write, and the ease of writing the functional style methods. For years I never used iterators, despite them being right there in Python, even when I was writing a lot of Python code. But then, one year I did Advent of Code in Rust, and I was forced to use them because Rust makes you use them, and I became a much better programmer from that experience. I understand why iterators are great now, but hopefully people can have that experience in JavaScript now too. We're going to get promise try. Lets you collapse both synchronous and asynchronous results into one promise. We're going to get JSON imports. So if you have some sort of data file, like in your resource file, you can now you don't have to like create a stream to read this file that's actually already in memory. You can just import the JSON file directly. You just have to add with type JSON at the end. If you like set theory, we're going to get a bunch of new set methods like union, intersection, difference, etc. You probably won't be using these every day, but I did actually use symmetric difference in the GJS code base, so that's nice. We're going to get conversion methods so you can switch between byte arrays and base 64 or hex representation, you probably won't use these all that often. And glib also has base 64 conversion methods already, but maybe this will be useful if you want to get it directly into a uint8 array. Going to get a bunch of things, improvements in regular expressions. Nothing earth-shaking, but regf escape. That was actually a proposal for on the ECMAScript committee that had been around for probably 10 years or maybe longer, and finally made it into the standard. And now it's in Firefox. Going to get a couple of features for errors. And then this whole list, like resizable array buffers, float 16 arrays, JSON parse with access to the source text, duration format, some precise, atomic stop pause. Go read all about these on MDN if you want to know what they are. There's a couple of things coming up. This part overlaps with what I do in my day job at Igalia. Like I mentioned, I'm a member of the ECMAScript standard committee. So I kind of have this sneak peek of what's coming down the line, and some of these are exciting. There's a new committee called TC55, which is web interoperable runtimes. They have a minimum common API proposal for JavaScript environments that are not necessarily on the web, but want to be familiar for developers that are coming from the web. Could be very interesting for us to get involved in this, and I'd like to make GJS conform to this this minimum common API at some point. I'm wondering if anybody here in the audience or listening to the talk online has some interest in joining this group on GNOME's behalf. It's an occasional meeting. It would be nice to have representation from GNOME, since we are a JavaScript runtime with an interest in this sort of minimum developer environment. There's other exciting language features that are coming, like maybe 2026 or 2027. The committee's working on decorators. This is we've been eagerly awaiting decorators for almost a decade now. I first wrote a blog post on designing a G-object decorator API in July 2017, so 8 years ago. The proposals had a wild journey. It changed to a form that absolutely wouldn't work for us, and then it changed back to a form that works for us, and that seems to be the form that it's going to be standardized in now. So maybe next year or the year after, we might get to use G-object decorators to make classes and properties the same way we do in Python. That would be nice. Message format is another interesting thing coming down the line. It would really revolutionize the way that we translate our apps in GNOME. Message format is it's a JavaScript API, but it's also a file format. It's a replacement for the pot file format that gettext defines. And it's really expressive, and there's been some research done on how to make it easier for translators to deal with. C format strings are not very friendly if you're not a developer. And I think probably these weird %A, %S stuff, like these things are not very, my estimation is that a lot of our big translation community probably struggles with these and just has to memorize the ones that are used most commonly. So, I mean, it remains to be seen if this file format is going to gain traction, but, once it hits the web, I expect there might be a lot of interesting tooling appearing that we could also take advantage of. So that's something to keep an eye on. I have less than 10 minutes left, so I will go through the cool project ideas really quickly. Import maps. Evan, I think Evan implemented import map support for GJS. All that's blocking this is that we need some tests for this functionality. This would be a really good opportunity for someone to contribute to GJS who is kind of interested in this tooling stuff. You don't actually need to be that familiar with GNOME stuff. It's just kind of like maybe you've seen an import map and you want to write some tests to make sure it works like it's supposed to. Another cool project is like making GNOME platform objects work with the using feature that I presented before. So like I wrote like very glibly, using stream equals await file.read async. For that, you do have to add like a symbol dispose method to the GIO input stream prototype. It would be nice if somebody wanted to look at our platform APIs and say, okay, well, this would be interesting to be able to work with using and dispose and stuff like that. Kind of an audit. I mentioned this before. You can't await or import things in the interactive console yet, but it's possible. Like you can do it in the Firefox console. You can do it in Node. They actually parse the input and rewrite it. And we can do this too. We have all the tools. Just need somebody to pick it up. There's an issue that you can click through to. I'm happy to help get you started on any of these projects, by the way. Another thing that would be interesting, temporal, I said very close to my heart. Maybe we want to use it in GNOME code. Maybe the shell developers would be interested in this so that we don't have any more bugs where we're off by 1900 years in the clock and calendar component. And then as an added bonus, then we also don't get things in our translation files that look like this, which must be total gibberish to a lot of our translators. I mean, I'm a developer and I know roughly what this is supposed to mean, but it's, %x and %a, they're total gibberish to me as well. Here's a super vague idea. We could try to figure out how to call GNOME functions in JIT. That would be a huge speed up for our platform. Maybe there's, I think SpiderMonkey, like Firefox JavaScript, lets you define a function with like JIT information. Maybe we could use that to, instead of like spin up the JavaScript interpreter, instead, while we're already in JIT code, push C values onto the stack and jump to the C routine directly. That would be such a speed up. Don't know if it's possible. Another cool thing, maybe take one of the GNOME apps, make a proof of concept of it using message format. We could see like if this new file format is suitable for us, if we like it, what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages compared to getText. That would be super interesting to see. Anyway, so that's some ideas to get your get your fingers on the keyboard, get your blood pumping. I want to thank everybody who contributed to GNOME 48 and 49. There were many more contributors than the ones that I mentioned with these kind of high-profile features, and I want to thank each and every one of you. It's actually at the point where I don't even write a lot of code anymore for GJS. I just review the pull requests. So time for the traditional keyboard cat and the questions. I think we have just a few minutes, so maybe you might have to talk to me in the break if we don't get to your question, but I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your talk, Philip. Do you have any questions? Also check.
Florian has one.
About the message format stuff,
Mm-hmm.
have you spoken with like members of the GNOME translation team? I mean, as they're like using very particular tooling and
Yeah, I haven't yet. This was an idea that I kind of came up with while putting together this slide deck. So I would love to. Yeah, it's if we switched all our tooling to that, that would not be a trivial effort. So that's why I'm not saying let's do this. It's more like let's have a proof of concept with one app to see if we even like it.
Thank you for your talk, Philip. and we'll go ahead with the next talk by
Thank you.
Abhirami.
So, hello everyone. So, my name is Abdarrahim. I'm going to talk today about building apps or building GNOME apps and other things using BuildStream. So, a bit about me. I started contributing to GNOME around 2005, 2006. I think it was my first commit was committed on the 1st of January 2006, but it had 2005 in it. Yeah, I did Summer of Code in 2008, if I remember correctly. And there was a period where I didn't contribute a lot doing my PhD. Then when I came back, I was eventually recruited into the release team, joined CodeThink, and this is my first in-person GUADEC. So I attended the Berlin events, the mini GUADECs, the two of them, but this is my first in-person GUADEC. Yeah, so what made me go back to contributing to GNOME after my long hiatus was I was always thinking that the first step to contribute is trying to get it to build and to test it. So I would always go back to JH build, try to build the thing, and yeah, that would take all the time I would have available for contributing, and it would be a few weeks till I get to it again, and that's the same thing again. So then I saw this blog post on Planet GNOME. It was Tristan van Berkom introducing BuildStream, which would be the new tool that GNOME would use to build everything. So that's why I tried to build GNOME using BuildStream, and the rest is history, as they say. So what is BuildStream? This is an excerpt from the BuildStream homepage. BuildStream is a powerful software integration tool. So it's not a tool that builds individual components, like we have AutoTools, CMake, and Mason. But it's a tool that integrates multiple software elements built in with any of these tools. So you could have a Meson element and a CMake element. And then you build all of them by staging the correct dependencies and things like that. So that allows developers to automate the integration of software components, including operating systems, and to streamline the software development and production process. Yeah. So again, from BuildStream's website, so why should I use BuildStream? So what does BuildStream offer? So the first thing is declarative build instructions or definitions. So you have YAML files that reference plugins, and we will have examples further. It has support for both developer and integrator for workflow. As the GNOME release team, we're using it mostly for the integrator workflow, but I would like to have developers use it as well. It's fast and predictable. This one, it depends what you're comparing it to, but it's pretty fast compared to yeah. And predictable is the most important thing. If something builds on my machine, it will build on your machine, because it's not going to use system dependencies, or everything is in a sandbox, and it's the same wherever you run it. It's extensible. As I was saying, you can write plugins for it. It's written in Python, and plugins can be written in Python as well. And you can use it to bootstrap tool chains, bootable systems. If you're aware of GNOME OS, we're using BuildStream to build it. So in this idea of how to use BuildStream, I will present how to build a flatpak application using BuildStream as an example. So I went to FlatHub, tried to find the smallest GNOME app manifest, and that ended up being GNOME Sound Recorder. That's what I used. So as a GNOME release team member, yes, GNOME Sound Recorder is not an official GNOME app, and now it has been renamed to Vocalist, I think. But I took what was available on FlatHub and went with it. And yeah, it's written in TypeScript now. It's reported to TypeScript to echo the talk before me. So what does a BuildStream project look like? So we need to have a starting point. As I said, everything is in a sandbox. So you need a starting point. You can't really start from scratch. There is a project called Free Desktop SDK Binary Seed that tries to bootstrap from a very small, like 1 kilobyte binary seed, following the bootstrappable initiative. But you need at least something to start with. So we need one import element to import. You could import anything that has a plugin for BuildStream. So it could be a flatpak runtime, which we are going to do here. It could be a Docker image. It could be a tarball, an Alpine tarball. Anything, you just need something to start. You can't really start from scratch. Then you need one or more build elements to build the software that you want. One compose element this is the equivalent, if you're using Flatpak Builder, this is the equivalent of cleanup. So we put together all the elements in a single one and exclude things that we don't want. So for example, exclude development files, debug information, whatever we don't need to be in our package. And then one element to produce a package in the format we want. This is really general. This is how things go with BuildStream. So this is not only for Flatpak, but I'm going to give an example about Flatpak. And finally, we need a project.conf file, which is the first file that BuildStream reads to know about the project. So let's see a minimal Flatpak app. As I said, I took GNOME sound recorder, but the first thing, let's get the runtimes. So we will use an import element. So kind import, this is the element. So we have sources. Sources also are using plugins, so we define them with kind. So since Flatpak uses OS3, we're using OS3, but yeah, I know there is OCI Flatpak. I assume we would be able to use the Docker plugin, but I haven't tried it. I haven't used Flatpak, OCI Flatpaks yet. So we put the URL, which is the URL of the is the URL of the GNOME nightly repository here. And we're using the SDK. So this is the ref, the complete ref for the SDK in OS3. So you're probably not used to having runtime here when using Flatpak Builder, but this is the full ref. And then the ref, what we are doing here with track and ref is that we can use BST source track, BuildStream command to fill in the ref. So it tries to go to the BuildStream repository, to the OS3 repository here, try to find this OS3 ref. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Everybody calls the ref something different. And try to find which commit it corresponds to right now. But in the future, once we have this set, the ref, we no longer try to find the latest OS3 ref or the latest commit. We will just use the commit that we have here. And a bit of configurations, because it's a Flatpak runtime, everything is in files, and it needs to go into USO. So that's not enough. Just having the user directory is not enough. We need at least 2 symlinks. We need user bin to be symlinked to bin. So we need bin sh to be valid. And we need the dynamic linker, which is supposed to live in lib64. So we create these symlinks in our project directory. And yeah, we use another import element. This time we use a different source, which is of kind local, which just grabs the files from a local directory and passes the symlink directory that we just created. We add this as a runtime dependency to GNOME SDK so that it's whenever we stage GNOME SDK, it has the symlink as well, and we can use it. And we can do the same for the platform. The SDK is enough. We can use it to build and to run, but it's nice to be able to do the same for the platform so that we run in an environment that is similar to what Flatpak application will run. So then we will build our actual project. So in this case, I said I use GNOME Sound Recorder. So we have a Meson element. We have 2 sources here. The first is of kind tar, which tries to grab the tarball. This is mirroring what I found in the Flatpak Builder manifest. So I'm copying it over as is. You have the URL and the ref. Here in this case, you can also use BST source track to get the ref, which is the SHA-256 sum of the tarball. And then we have a patch, which I also copied to this project directory, which is fixupdata.patch, which fixes the updata. I set the build dependencies to be GNOME SDK and the runtime dependency to be the GNOME platform. This is enough to build this app in a in BuildStream. So we can BST build, sound recorder.bst. Well, not enough because I'm still missing the project.conf. But I can build the app. Now, onto packaging. The first thing is, as I said, a compose element, for which build depends on GNOME sound recorder.bst, and in the configuration excludes the devel and debug split domains. They're called split domains. They have, BuildStream has by default things in these domains configured globally, but you can add files or override the configuration altogether. So here we're not doing anything. And then the flatpak image element. Now this is an element that generates a flatpak. It generates a flatpak build directory. So it doesn't generate a flatpak repository. We will get to that later. So it's kind flatpak image. Build depends on the GNOME sound recorder image, which is the compose element we had previously. We put some configuration. Directory is prefix, which is a variable. So this is referring to a variable that we will define later in project.conf. So prefix for a flatpak application needs to be set to /app rather than /user. And then the other configuration is the metadata. This is probably not something that you're used to as when using Flatpak Builder, but we can ask Flatpak to get the metadata of any application that's available on FlatHub or on any repository, or even an installed app. So you could use info rather than remote info. So we have this is the format for the Flatpak metadata. So this is what Flatpak knows. The Flatpak manifest is actually something from Flatpak Builder rather than from natively from Flatpak. So I've removed the rest because these are the two most important things. Application, which defines which application, the name of the application and the runtime it uses, and the context, which defines permissions and things like that, which the Flatpak app has access to. So how do we do that? We translate that to YAML. We take this and put it into the metadata configuration here in the element definition. Now we get to the project.conf. So we don't need many things here, but it's still, I'm still splitting it for 3 parts. So the first is the name of the project, the minimum version of BuildStream that we support. So now we are using BuildStream 2.x. So 1.x was completely incompatible. So you need to set min version to 2.0 or any newer version if you're using a feature from a newer version. And then the element path is the directory where to look for elements. By convention, this is called elements, but for a simple project, we can have everything in a single directory, so not have a separate element and patches and things like that. But for a bigger project like non-build meta, we'll have elements, files, patches, and things like that. But we can have everything in the same directory. So the next thing is to define the plugins that we're using. We have 2 sets of plugins. We have BuildStream plugins, which are the official BuildStream plugins, and BuildStream plugins community are community maintained plugins. So the difference is the first ones are very stable. So we are using here the Meson element plugin and the patch source plugin. The other ones are a bit unstable and could be changed, could change in incompatible way. So that's why I recommend using an exact version here rather than any version newer. Here we're using the flatpak image element and the OS resource. You may have noticed that we didn't declare the local and tar sources and the import element because those are built into BuildStream. So they're not part of a plugin collection. And the last thing is the prefix variable that I used, but that other elements used by default. So the Mason element will use it where to install. So this is a variable that is already defined in BuildStream, and we override it to be /app because we are building a flatpak application. So now we can build this flatpak image element, then use BST artifact checkout to check it out. And that's our flatpak build directory that we can use flatpak build export to put it into a repo, then flatpak remote add, and etc. to install it on our machine. So there is a flatpak repo plugin that we can use to generate the flatpak repo inside of BuildStream, but it requires having flatpak in the sandbox, which we don't yet. It's not. We only imported the flatpak runtimes, so we don't have flatpak. We could build it, but I'll be showing a different method. So this is a minimal project, but we could try to make it even more minimal by importing another project. So we can import a project, GNOME Build Meta, for example, and then reuse stuff from it. So we don't have to do everything from scratch. This is called junction. So it's an element, a built-in element in BuildStream that allows you to refer to a different BuildStream project and refer to elements, plugins, and even files from it. Yeah, so this is what I was saying. So since, as I was saying, it's nice to have a very specific version of BuildStream plugins community. So instead of using it installed from the system, as we were using earlier, which will simply raise an error saying you have a too new or too old version of BuildStream plugins community. Now we can use it. So this is the PyPy tarball of BuildStream plugins community that could cut here. And then the ref is the SHA-256 sum, as usual. So now that we have this element, you could notice that it's similar to other elements, but it's different in how we use it. The first thing, since BuildStream plugins community doesn't contain any elements, it just defines plugins, we will just change the plugins configuration to use the origin junction instead of origin pip and refer to this junction. We will also declare it as internal. This is not strictly necessary, but if you are going to use other junctions, and they also have their own BuildStream plugins community, the junction, we tell BuildStream that this is internal and there is no risk that it will conflict with any similar junction from another junction. Yeah, I said junctions too many times. So the other thing is using elements. For this, we are going to use GNOME Build Meta, which is the GNOME Build metadata that we use to build Flatpak runtime itself, but also other things. So here I'm tracking GNOME 48, which I forgot to fix in the earlier, in the OS 3 one, because I was still using master. So we're tracking GNOME 48, and the ref here is the SHA one, the commit SHA from BuildStream, from Git. And we can use, this is how we use an element from the junction. So GNOME build meta.bst/flatpak colon. We separate the element name and the junction name using columns. So we're using the flatpak SDK image.bst and flatpak/platform image.bst from GNOME build meta instead of our own elements, which we can remove. And we need to declare the Git repo plugin that we use it. It comes from BuildStream plugins community. We can include files from junctions. So in project.conf file, we can include this. We are using 2 junctions. So we are using GNOME build meta as a junction, which itself uses free desktop SDK as a junction, which contains this include file, which contains a lot of useful defaults. So hardening flags, C flags, things that that are useful in general, but it's a bit convoluted, but we can have something directly in GNOME build meta for other apps to use if app developers are interested in that. Now that we had Flatpak, which we are also using from Free Desktop SDK, we can use the Flatpak repo element to generate a Flatpak repository, which we can then BST, the same thing, BST build, BST artifact extract, artifact checkout to extract it and add it to our Flatpak. So what is missing from this experience? So one pain point here is the Flatpak metadata format. Most developers are used to the Flatpak builder manifests rather than the Flatpak metadata. And separate locale and debug extensions, we didn't define it, so it's not there. So for this, I wrote a new plugin, a Flatpak plugin, which is not yet merged, but it's a merge request in BuildStream plugins community. So this will replace both the Flatpak image and the Flatpak repo elements. We will just give the compose element here, GNOME sound recorder image. So what the config here is, I simply copied what is in the manifest and translated it to YAML because it's JSON. But I could simply keep the JSON because JSON is valid YAML. Yeah. So this is not yet implemented. The command configuration is not yet implemented, but the rest is. So that's why I commented it out. And yeah, it works because it has only one command, so Flatpak can figure it out. So automatic debug and locale extensions are something that was added by Flatpak Builder. That's not part of Flatpak. So Flatpak, if you use Flatpak build init, Flatpak build export, etc., you don't get these extensions. So I'll try to add it to this plugin. So it will be easier to switch from Flatpak Builder to this new Flatpak plugin for BuildStream. So where do we go from here? So back to history. Now I know that it kind of turned from a story to a lecture. Let's go back to story time. So in 2018, Michael Catanzaro talked about how the release team is moving to BuildStream, but no one else. So everybody is still using different things. Let's see what we had at the time. So most developers still use JH build. The release team uses BuildStream for releasing GNOME, but the Flatpak SDKs were still built using Flatpak Builder, like GNOME SDK images repo. The nightly Flatpak apps were built, again, using Flatpak Builder, but in another repository, GNOME apps nightly repo. And then there was GNOME Continuous, which builds all of GNOME continuously. So which itself had different builds. So essentially 4 sets of build definitions: JH build, flatpak builder, BuildStream, and GNOME continuous. So what changed since then? So the release team is still using BuildStream, but we use it for releasing GNOME, for building flatpak runtimes, so both the nightly and stable. And we have now GNOME OS, which replaced GNOME continuous, which is also built using BuildStream. So we have this one set of build metadata that is used by the release team. But applications still use flatpak builder. Now, it's better since it was moved to the app repositories. So every app has its own manifest that it maintains, so that is maintained by the app maintainers rather than being in a separate repository. And it's well integrated with GNOME Builder. Yeah, we have other projects that still have a different setup, like if you saw Florian's talk yesterday, I think, about hacking the shell. So Matter and GNOME Shell still have a different setup based on Toolbox. I'd love to have it use BuildStream. And are there still people using JH build, or is it dead now? Yeah. So this is my question. I would like to have more people using BuildStream. Maybe you could improve something in BuildStream. Professionally, as part of CodeThink, I am maintaining BuildStream, so things that would help developers could be part of my day job as well as my other things, my free software contributions. And yeah, please come to the GNOME OS Birds of Feather on Monday. Starting 12, we'll discuss things like this using BuildStream. If you try to use it, we will try to see if we can convince app developers. So if you are an app developer, especially core GNOME apps, please come to the booth. We'll try to discuss this, how we can make it easier for you to use BuildStream for development and to use BuildStream for building your app. And yeah, so that we have a single build definition for everything, so that we can use it to build your app and to ship it in GNOME OS, rather than having 2 different builds. And thank you.
So, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you for the talk, Abderrahim. I have a question about, let me try to put it infrastructure-wise, right? So imagine an infrastructure that is built on top of a flatpak builder versus an infrastructure that is built on top of BuildStream. Like, what will be like the benefits of the infrastructure built on top of BuildStream versus the one on versus like flatpak builder?
Yeah. So yeah, this is something I didn't talk about. But so BuildStream integrates with the Bazel remote execution API. So what we have until now, what we have used for a very long time is simply remote caching, so that we can cache individual. Yeah, so if you're getting this, now if you use, which one was it? Yeah, if you use flatpak/SDK image.pst from GNOME build meta, it will download it from the cache from GNOME build meta, so you don't have to build everything from scratch, hopefully. Yeah, there is also a remote execution, so we can distribute the work, the build onto multiple build machines. This is not something that we do, but we're using it in GNOME build meta, but only with a single worker, so that we can queue all our jobs in different builds in the CI. If you have multiple builds running concurrently, every build will try to queue all its elements that it wants to build, and the remote execution server will throttle them to run only 4 at the same time. And yeah, there are other things that that are in development, but maybe for another talk.
Sure. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay then.
I really like this, how to get started using BuildStream to build your app approach. I think, I don't know how BuildStream is today, but I tried it maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I kind of bounced off the documentation. It was just too many new concepts to learn all at once. I like this approach. This would kind of make me want to try it again. Yeah, I think my lack of motivation, 4 or 5 years ago was, okay, I don't want to be learning, how to, all these concepts like a junction, a plugin, like what's the difference? I want to work on an app, and I want to spend my time building features for the app, not writing the build code. So I think an approach like this, like you did in your talk, can be really helpful for people who just don't want to spend too much time on it, but would be interested to see if it would work for them.
Yeah. I would also like to have people try it and report the pain points so that we can improve them, both in BuildStream and in GNOME Build Meta. You're using it as a junction.
Okay, so thank you everyone. Now it's coffee break. So we'll meet after that for the AGM, I believe. So, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention. I have this example on GNOME GitLab under my my namespace. So gitlab.gnome.org/akey20/GUADEC25 demo.
Should be on.
Hello, hello. Yes, that works. Right. So this AGM is the only thing that stands between you and lunch. So I've been told to get started so as to not interrupt the afternoon. Some of you may know me. My name is Rob McQueen. So I'm the currently serving president of the GNOME Foundation board. I'm very pleased to say that I don't have very much to say because we have a new executive director in Stephen, who I'll be handing over to very shortly. So I'm very glad that the AGM is not just a Rob talks a lot, because I talk too much. So I have just a couple of things to say. We have new directors and also a new treasurer, which is an exciting new innovation for the GNOME Foundation board. But thank you to everyone who voted, everyone who stood, everyone who volunteered. It's really exciting to see some returning faces and some new faces and old members of the community serving the community in a different way by joining a foundation board. So yes, welcome to Cassidy, Maria and Aaron, and to Deepa, who has joined as our treasurer. And huge thanks to the directors that are kind of rolling off their 2-year terms, finishing, as well as those who stepped in to help the board through what's been not the best of years. So huge thanks also to Eric and Philip and Pablo for their service to the board, hugely appreciated. And kind of just continuing with Stephen's presentation earlier, that really the board is just the tip of the iceberg, and the real kind of power of this community comes from every single one of you that contributes and plays different roles in the teams, the projects, the committees, and all of the parts of the community that make them possible. From the board's perspective, we're attached to a few official committees that do things for the community on behalf of the foundation. These are very hard, very thankless essential pieces of the machine. There's a lot of very hard work and diligent work and dedicated work that comes from all of the members of these committees. They're here just in the name of the committees, but each of these committees is, maybe one person doing it all by themselves, or it's 5 people who come back day after day and do very hard work to keep all of these different parts of the community working. We will, in fact, write a blog post when we've had our board meeting to appoint the officers and the committees, and we will explain who all of the officers are and who all of the committees are. It's just a kind of quirk of timing that we haven't been able to fit the board's annual meeting in before the AGM because of the board terms and GUADEC. So we will have our official board annual meeting tomorrow, and then we will follow up with a blog, and we will explain who all of the officers are for the coming year and who all the committees are for the coming year. But even without the names here, no less appreciation, and we will follow up with the names. But thank you to all of our committees for all of the work that you do to make this all work. And that's it for me. I get to hand over to Stephen. So welcoming Stephen to his first AGM as our new Executive Director, Stephen Dearbold.
Thanks, everyone. So you get to exchange Rob being verbose for Stephen being verbose, because both of us talk too much. I'll do my best to keep it short. So I gave a talk this morning. I don't know how many people were here or awake for it. I recognize some of your faces. But just a quick self-introduction. So I've been in the ED position, serving as ED for just about 3 months now. My history is essentially 10 years of back-end software development and tech lead and things like that, and 10 years of leadership position with a weird bicycle crash in the middle. That's probably enough of an intro for me. We have a new board. This is a slide from that we also used at the advisory board meeting, so you know that there's a new board. But we wanted to make special note of the fact that we have a new treasurer, particularly because of the difficulties that the foundation has experienced financially over the past couple of years. It's really important that we have a treasurer who can help us tease apart the hairball of the finances and understand everything that's going on, but also help me explain to the board what's going on with our finances, because the board members are not necessarily accountants, they're not necessarily finance people, they're not obligated to be. And so we should report very clearly to them. So I'm looking forward to working with her. So the plan here is quick slides, a Q&A, and a community appreciation award at the very end. So some quick foundation activity updates. So we still have a number of development activities going on. One is the STF contracting is still going on with one thread with Libidweiterwerk. And we still have digital well-being work that's happening under that grant. So the foundation is coordinating those. Events-wise, we had Linux App Summit, which I attended just before I began as ED, and it was extremely smooth, even as an online participant, which was quite neat. I even asked questions on the Telegram channel, which was fun. And they were relayed into the room, which felt kind of magical. GNOME Asia, and obviously GUADEC. We've had some massive infrastructure changes recently. Before I joined, there was a large move to AWS. Huge thanks to Andrea Veri and Bart for orchestrating all of that and getting it all over the line. FlatHub continues to exist and continues to make people very happy, and we are largely responsible for that. We also have some new tools that are going to be included with the Foundation's suite of services that we offer to Foundation members. So hopefully, Password Vault, a shared password vault, is going to be one of those in the near future. We're kind of beta testing it now. And very recently, I attended the UN Open Source Week in New York. It was an interesting experience to see all these different people from all over the world coming together and largely talking about digital sovereignty. So I think it's important that we frame GNOME in terms of the infrastructure that it really is for these governments that are looking to find sovereignty for themselves. So this is a quick look at our finances. I won't spend too long on this slide because we actually have an annual report coming out very soon. And the numbers will be adjusted slightly based on Deepa's most recent interpretation of the numbers, because there are a number of different ways to slice these numbers based on our bookkeeping, on our accounting. And we're trying to make it as clear as possible as to how these things are categorized. But the important part here are the notable numbers, which is essentially that we've been running an annual deficit of a few $100,000 for the past few years. And obviously, that needs to change given the financial situation at the foundation at the moment. And so that's a large part of what Deepa and I will be responsible for. But within the scope of the current fiscal year, we have, so Richard and the team at the foundation and the board passed a balanced budget. And that involved, unfortunately, 2 staff layoffs. But I think that staff layoffs are unpleasant for those people who have to exit, but they're also unpleasant for the people who have to execute those layoffs. And so I got to meet Richard in New York when I was at the UN Open Source Week. He's still quite torn up about it. And I think that it means a lot to have someone with that kind of compassion who served the GNOME community for such a brief period, but with such intensity. Since then, we've also frozen the travel policy. So this is in interest of reducing costs even further, that the executive committee has frozen the travel policy for everyone on staff and the board. So quickly, the upcoming approach, current approach that we're taking to finances is, as I mentioned, very simple, very clear reporting to the board so that there's absolutely no question as to what the state of our finances are. The way that I describe this in overly simplified terms is basically when it comes to month-on-month finances or year-on-year finances, line goes up, line goes down. Those are kind of the only 2 options when it comes to personal finances or project finances. We want the line to go up. It's currently going down, so we're going to need to adjust. We adjust by way of budgeting. So we need to balance budgets like this last year, but year on year to make sure that we have continuity and sustainability. A component of that, or perhaps the other side of the coin, is to look forward to an aspirational board reserve policy that ensures that, like the last 4 or 5 years where we actually had a fairly decent stock of capital that we burned down, we want to be able to survive difficult years again. There may be another COVID. There may be other things that come and sideswipe the organization. We should be prepared for those situations. But that's not an immediate thing. That's an aspirational thing because we're not going to stockpile $1 million tomorrow. We're also going to start focusing on, well, we've already started focusing on recurring revenue. So recurring unrestricted revenue where the GNOME Foundation can support the GNOME project based on, hopefully, some of the new project leadership approaches that Emanuele was speaking about the other day. Because the foundation doesn't get to decide where that money ultimately decides, but it needs to make an informed decision. It's not our own information that we're operating on there. And there's this kind of fifth point which brings all of that together, which is the foundation needs to operate focused on the mission. So we're doing this financial adjustment partly with fundraising. So we want to widen the base of our user donations. We have a lot of users out there in the world, and we want more of them to donate. So we have a new landing pad for them at donate.gnome.org, but we're also looking to get a banner into GNOME 49 where we can encourage people to donate if they're users that maybe don't even realize that the GNOME Foundation requires donations. This will allow us to continue to pass our 501c3 public support test, which is important, but it also lifts the ceiling for other donors, corporate donors, to contribute to the GNOME Foundation. And then we'll grow with those corporate donors as partners. This is, I maybe won't spend too much time on this doodle, but you'll notice that grants are kind of off on the side. That's because it's very difficult for the GNOME Foundation to operate on top of grants. And so we're going to focus more on the things inside of this green triangle, individual donations from users at the bottom. And the ad board is, they're really a helpful base to all of the financial operations of the foundation. And we're really grateful to them for providing that fundamental base to our financial operations because we can trust that they're there every year. A large part of what we want to do with the foundation is to rebuild community trust. So we've had difficulties in recent years. We need to rebuild the brand. And George has mentioned that we're like, what do you mean by brand? And it's kind of like brand in quotes, brand with capital B, brand with lowercase b. It means a lot of different things. There's a brand between the foundation and the community. We need to rebuild that as well. And so part of this is the other side of the coin of donate.gnome.org's, and they've tentatively named jobs.gnome.org, where we focus on distributing finances to development efforts inside of GNOME. And this is, we're working on it. This is also aspirational. Would we like to do a Q&A? Bring our robot up.
So I have a very quick question. It's not going to take any. So the jobs.gnome.org thing, it's in development already? How's it going? The microphone's not working. Jordan is asking, what is it even? It's still not working. I have to turn on, I think.
Sorry, there's probably a reason that microphone is off. I'll stand back. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Try not to breathe too heavily. So the, do you want me to?
Don't worry.
Oh, sure.
This one is a bit broken.
Sorry, that's better. Jobs.gnome.org is, it's in development. So Sam has come up with like live wireframes in HTML and CSS, similar to what he did for donate.gnome.org. So there is kind of a layout. It was originally intended to be a place for us to talk about, first and foremost, the work that's already being done. So grants and contracts and things that are moving through the foundation. Adrian had an interesting idea, which is really there isn't like a single coherent place to come and look for work as a GNOME developer, whether you're inside GNOME or whether you're building on top of GNOME as a platform. And similarly, there isn't necessarily an easy place to advertise that you have some GNOME work that you want to do. So an example that I would call out is Kagi. So they were looking for a GTK developer to work on their web browser. Their web browser is not open source, so there's maybe a misalignment there on some level, but it does feel like it's better to offer a space where if you know GTK, if you know libadwaita, if you know the underlying systems that make GNOME work, that if there's work out there to build tooling on GNOME, that we provide you an opportunity to meet the people who are offering those jobs. You don't have to take those jobs, but so Adrian was like, what if we built a small marketplace on top of, like, at the top of this page, basically saying we can post jobs there, we can post interest there, and at least you can find people who are capable with these technologies. This is a complaint I've heard from elsewhere, that people have come to the GNOME community in the past, and because there isn't a central location, it's like, you're not on Matrix, you're not on Discourse, you don't know who to hire, you don't know who to talk to figure out who you should hire. And so they just go hire a random person and be like, teach yourself GTK, good luck. It will build some random Linux thing. So it's an attempt to smooth over that equation a bit, but it's also a recent idea. So if people have ideas about how we can improve this, thoughts on the way that it should be structured, we're happy to hear feedback about what you want it to be, because it's really just there to serve the community. It's essentially a bit of marketing, but it should be utilitarian as well.
Hi. You mentioned rebuilding community trust. Do you have some specific examples? Like, I know for a lot of us, like, a lot of trust has been lost, and like, there are a lot of ongoing conflicts in the community that I think we should address. Like, I know there have been attempts from various people to try to like get some sort of mediation discussions around that going. So far, nothing concrete has happened there. Like, are there concrete ideas?
I think at least I'll answer as a newcomer, right? So as somebody new to the community who wasn't around for some of the difficulties of the past year or two, I think that I'm interested in seeing the foundation, and myself specifically, communicate with more people to find out what are the actual difficulties, because I hear a very different story from different people as to how big is the problem of friction between community members, where is it originating from, and then to try to figure out a path for the foundation, again, individually in my role, for the foundation to work toward bridging some of those gaps. I think if there's friction between community members, maybe the foundation can potentially offer some spaces or some bridges there, but I don't necessarily know beyond the committees that are intended to serve that purpose what the foundation should be doing in that capacity so far. So the initial approach that I've taken, a number of you I've probably had calls with over the past few months, has been reduced over time, unfortunately. But talk to me, right? Like, I'm very happy to listen. If you feel like there's friction inside of the community, first of all, call out what you see the problem is. Second of all, call out what you feel the consequences of that initial problem are. And then tell me how you feel like you would like to resolve that. Because I would say that so far in 3 months, I haven't painted a coherent picture for myself in terms of where the friction lies and what it looks like necessarily. So I would like to hear more before the foundation necessarily takes any action toward that, if that makes sense. But other people may have other things to contribute there who've been around for longer.
Yeah, I've actually been working on a blog post because I know the foundation made an announcement a few weeks back, which is essentially the result of, I don't know, 1,000 hours of board meetings, maybe not that many, but a lot, where one board and a new board and people external and our code of conduct committee and our code of conduct committee again with new members on it have all looked at, I guess, the situation that you're alluding to. There are some things that we've been asked to do that we just won't do. We've looked at this, we've thought about it, we're not going to change the decisions that have been made. Saying that, the repair for me is about acknowledging that the foundation also didn't do the right thing in many situations. Some of them I was personally in the middle of, in very stressful, very intense situations where we were trying to find the best path forward, or the least worst path forward, given the situations that were presented. We didn't communicate enough. It was a little erratic. There were people in the community who were massively affected, and we didn't reach out to them, and we didn't make sure they were okay. And so, yeah, I guess this is an apology. I'm sorry, I screwed some of that up. I'm planning to step back as president. We have Alan sort of in the waiting. Maybe we'll swap around, try and hand over, try and train a new VP. But I think the bigger picture is just about the foundation being here for the community in a way that I think has not been there in every way that it should be. I think there's a lot of fundamental things the foundation has done and continues to do very, very well. We have a staff team that works very, very hard to keep the infrastructure running, to put events on. That is thankless and very, very tiring work. The staff are heroes that on a shoestring budget put on amazing events like this, keep, let's say, enterprise-grade infrastructure running with essentially only one full-time staff and a few bits of help. So I think there are things that the foundation does that we should appreciate and celebrate. But then I think where the foundation has been falling short is just being able to say, we're really here to help the community. We're really here to boost and provide additional support. I mean, that's why Stephen is looking at, like, okay, finances, holy crap, we need more money. What are we going to do with that money? Well, let's work out how we can fund development. Let's get to those situations where, KDE, Blender, Thunderbird, there's lots of successful stories about open source projects that are able to raise impressive amounts of money and support the developments and support, all of the community and all of the different things that go into making GNOME. So I think that's rebuilding trust through actions rather than words. Obviously, I appreciate the irony. I'm here, more words. We're trying to do it. We've also learned a lot and improved a lot over the past year in terms of tightening up the way that we think about decisions, policies, the role of directors within the board, the operating processes of the Code of Conduct Committee, like all of those things we've looked at and heard and tweaked a lot. But yeah, being here for the community and sort of putting in the work to get the best for everyone, that's what we mean by rebuilding trust.
Well, my question feels out of place now. Regarding raising funds and donations, this is something that we as KDE are really trying to push for right now, and I think the banner is probably going to help a lot. We did a notification that was a breakthrough in itself. However, both you and KDE haven't really seen the recognition that fundraising is a bit of a job in itself that requires someone who is specialized in how to raise funds from users. Through specific fundraising campaigns and such, maybe giving some extra content to those who donate. Is there any kind of plan to really set a system up where we can have skilled people doing this fundraising process?
I think it's safe to say that's not on the near-term agenda. So the GNOME Foundation is pretty financially uncomfortable at the moment. So I think that absolutely it makes a lot of sense. One of the people that I looked to for advice was Lauren Crary, who's the Deputy Executive Director of the Python Foundation. And so it was reassuring to hear from her that we're doing all the right things, that the donation and nonprofit landscape, free software nonprofit landscape has completely changed over the last 10 years, and it's not what it used to be, and it's unlikely to go back. She's Deputy Executive Director for the Python Foundation, having started out as a fundraising person. And I think that it makes a lot of sense to hire someone in that capacity when you can afford to, and particularly if that person can become powerfully cross-functional like that. Like, I'm very happy for the Python Foundation that they have this kind of redundancy inside of the ED role. I think that's very healthy, and it's nice for them that the deputy ED is a fundraising person. So this will always be a focus of the thing that they're doing. So it's definitely on our minds, but it's something that we need to lay the foundation, lowercase f. We'll like build a base first, and then we can maybe find that person.
I would like to very shortly follow up on Tobias' question. I very appreciate your previous answer, Rob. Thank you for that. Just a very concrete thing I would like to know. So last year, elected board member was banned, and that was visible or outside of our community very directly. And it took the board like several weeks to give out any concrete statement. And I would just like to know, can we be sure that this will not happen again? That like such a visible step is taken by the board or by the COCC without having a plan for concrete communication with at least with the community, but maybe even better with the whole public. Thank you.
I can maybe speak to that a little bit, and I'm sure Federico could as well. Rob mentioned that we've been looking at some of the code of conduct processes, and that's something, sorry. Rob mentioned that we're looking at the code of conduct processes. We've been working on that already. Not all of those changes have landed yet, but they're kind of in process, and there's things that we're still discussing on the board about that. I think with those things in place and with the lessons that we've learned from recent history, we wouldn't have that situation again. I think it's, I still think that situation was kind of like a random act of lightning. You know, I think the chances of it ever happening again would be infinitesimal anyway, but I think with the work that we're doing at the moment, it's, we would never have that situation again.
Okay. One of the things that happened after this whole debacle, our previous ED, Richard, commissioned an external review of the Code of Conduct Committee's procedures and the board's processes for how we dealt with this case. And the outcome of that review was that both the COCC and the board had followed their respective procedures correctly. However, there were some missing things that we need to improve for. So there were recommendations about how to improve communication between COCC and the board, for how to improve, for how to clarify the chain of command between COCC, board, PD and the people who take technical action for suspensions or bans or things like that. So there were a number of points in the review that we already implemented. Currently, the board is basically putting the finishing touches on how to deal with permanent suspensions. We're not calling them bans now. We're calling them permanent suspensions or indefinite suspensions. Because it turns out that there was not for example, one thing we had in the COCC's procedures is that if the COCC recommends a permanent suspension for a community member, then the board needs to ratify that. And for the board to ratify that, the board needs to know all the details of the case. However, the board is not trained to deal with incident reports. So the board determined, we voted on this, what, a month ago? That the COCC is responsible for that decision, and the means of executing that decision are clarified now. So we are finalizing those details.
The question was, will we inform the community about those decisions? Yes, I think we will.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be in the board minutes, and we will very probably have a public statement of how these new procedures are going to work.
Is it on? Yes. So I have a question mostly for Rob, but in general for the board. It's like a week ago, after Rob published the latest update on this topic, I received a message from like an old friend that's like no longer so involved in the community after COVID, but you know, he's like a long-time community member, and he was like, and other like than being a terminally online, I have no idea why I was I DM'd about this, but I want to like relate this message like you. It's like I'm very confused, and like this feels like a shared sentiment about like many people that are not as involved in the community. So the message goes like, what actually happened? This post reads like corporate fluff without any actual information and drop hints at COC violations without ever saying what happened. I do not want to bring net past blame words, but looks like I missed a few steps between like the incident and now. So I do not know, like I've heard the same thing about a lot of people that are not aware with like the internal things, and my question is mostly is like, will we ever have a public report about what happened and all the events that took place on the handling of this case in the past, I don't know, year and a half or so?
No, sorry. The Code of Conduct Committee can't do that because people who make reports to the Code of Conduct Committee...
I'm not asking for the details of the case. I'm asking for the events that transpired and the handling of the case publicly, because a lot of us like know some of the details from like chatting with each other, but the people that have not been to the events or like have not been told privately what's going on have no idea what's going on.
I mean, Alan has spent a great deal of time talking with a group of concerned community members who reached out to the board and trying to basically hear concerns and work out what was compatible with our processes and our ability to share information. I mean, we have been asked many times to prepare many statements. We've even drafted some statements and had them reviewed by lawyers, and then the people involved in those statements have asked us not to post them. So we have put in a lot of time and effort trying to find this right balance. I mean, we can't say what we're not going to say, and so people are asking us to say things, and we don't want to fuel speculation either. So every time we say something, it's like, okay, are we helping or are we hindering? Are we actually making this worse? Or are we just bringing this topic back up? The reason we posted most recently is because we wanted to sort of make clear where everything had landed so that people knew what to expect and what where the board's final decisions were. I'm not sure that the process itself is going to mean anything if you don't know what happened and why. But it's like a message happened, there was a meeting, a resolution was passed, we appointed a committee member, we patched the procedure. I don't know if it really tells you what you really want to know, which is what happens in all of the detail. But the whole thesis of the Code of Conduct Committee is it protects the reporters and it protects the wider community. And so we can't go in there. I mean, that was the point that Federico was making about the committee. You know, it can't really expect the board to redecide what the committee has recommended because the board isn't trained. The board doesn't have all the context. You know, there could be a code of conduct complaint about someone on the board. So that all of these procedures have to work to give trust and autonomy to the Code of Conduct Committee so that they can do their job. And that, of course, ties us up. It ties us up in many directions. You know, we had a combination of like an employment situation and a conduct of directors situation and a community. I mean, this is, like Alan said, the lightning strike. This is a very complex thing. There's no obvious right answer other than a lot of effort and good faith trying to understand with all of those different hats, what can a foundation do as a non-profit corporation? What should the foundation do within the community? What should the Code of Conduct Committee do? So, I mean, we've tightened lots of things up, but I don't think we can give you anything that will make you feel happy about the answer.
I mean, I'm not asking about myself. Sadly, I'm aware about a lot of the internals.
Well, you've heard.
Some of it. Like,
yeah.
You know, the very brief, underline what happened. But I'm asking, because I keep hearing from other people that are mostly online or have not attended events or have not being able to. Anyway, so is the answer to my question that concerned members should reach the board, have it explained what the divide in the community currently is? Because online we only have vague posting about it. Nobody can understand a thing unless they already know the context.
I mean, I don't see how we can answer those questions. I mean, I think it's important to remember that this has been a situation that has involved many individuals who have all been affected. Those individuals will all have a perspective on what happened, why it happens, and how it affected them. You may have heard one or two or three versions or perspectives. There are many other perspectives of people who have roles of responsibility. I can't tell you in detail how I felt in May or whatever. It's not my job not to. It comes with the chair. Federico can't tell you what the Code of Conduct Committee perceived, why they decided exactly. So I think this idea that we can sort of quest for an empirical truth that everyone will agree on is gone. I don't think we can do that. I think we just have to say, let's agree to disagree. These are the decisions. The process is misfired in some cases, and we've tried to fix them. And we just need to then act with integrity to move forward.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the situation where there is clearly a very big divide within the community, a conflict. And people that are not so, so involved in it do not understand what's going on, even though they're part of our community. And trying to figure out what's going on, why there is a conflict. That's what that's the main thing I keep hearing about, people that are here and there. Maybe this month they are around, maybe they're not.
I mean, I think we've said what we can say. I mean, we removed a director because the board deemed their actions inconsistent with the responsibilities of a director. The Code of Conduct Committee suspended someone because they deemed their actions inappropriate for the safety of the community, contributors and staff. Our ED resigned. It wasn't great. Yeah, mistakes were made, lessons are learned. I can't say I've ended my presidency on a high note. I've done what I could. I don't know what more we can say without saying things that we can't say without either inviting speculation, making it worse for individuals who are affected, making it worse for the foundation, or all of those. So, I mean, we are pretty stuck. I mean, if you don't trust us, vote us out. I mean, that's That's all I can say at the end, is that we're humans trying to do the best thing. Everyone here, I believe, cares deeply about GNOME and our mutual success, the foundation and the community. I like to think I've tried to do the right thing at every point. I've not got it right all the time. But we're not going to play the tapes back and come to an agreement that is like, oh, okay, that was great. It wasn't great.
Hello. So you said that you cannot disclose any more details, mainly because of there could be some repercussions for the COC committee, especially. And I sort of understand that. But on the other hand, the situation how it is right now, I think a lot of people are thinking of that person that was affected the most as a victim of some sort of conspiracy or something like that. And I think that's much worse for the COC committee, especially as well, like people being thought of as some conspirators and villains. So if it's legally possible, I think at least it would be good to know what exactly that person did, because the steps that were taken against that person, they were very abrupt and they were very like as huge steps as they could be taken, right? So everyone who hears of this, their first question, their mind is always like, what exactly that person did that he deserves such a treatment? And I think if that question is on their minds and they don't have an answer to that at all, I think that will just, people will just think badly of the COC committee especially, and also the board and GNOME in general, I think as well. Yeah, I don't know if you can say legally anything, but yeah.
I can answer it briefly, but I would love to hear from other people. But we prepared a statement, we reviewed it, we talked to people involved, they asked us not to post it. It wasn't particularly detailed because I think the expectation of what we would say was higher than we were going to agree with. I think there is also the way that the foundation has spoken to the community about this has not been as it should be. I don't think you're going to get the question that you want answered, because you're viewing it from one perspective. The perspective of the people who raised complaints to the Code of Conduct Committee was a very different perspective, and they were affected. And we can't, the complainant is the person who feels wronged, and then the Code of Conduct Committee acts to protect the community. So it's not great work, it's hard work to try and work out how do you weigh the needs of an individual versus the needs of the community, and what does it mean for all of us as community members and contributors that the Code of Conduct Committee takes such a severe action. But we've done everything that we said we've done. You either trust the Code of Conduct Committee or you don't. I mean, the idea that there's a conspiracy that the staff who work for the foundation, some of whom have worked for the foundation for 20 years, are somehow nefariously trying to, undermine the contributors? Like, that the board that you voted for from the community is somehow trying to, have the foundation succeed when the community doesn't. I mean, I don't think these stand up to a lot of scrutiny. I mean, there's obviously, is the foundation doing everything right? Has the board done everything right? No, I said that. But what was the conspiracy? That you voted for people, they tried to do the best they could. It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, I'll stop. But well, people need to understand that things have different perspectives. The board and the Code of Conduct Committee have a lot of information that we can't share. So.
Did you want to go first, Alan?
I mean, I can offer a personal perspective. I don't know if that would be helpful. I joined the board after a lot of these events had happened. Not all of them, but some of them. And I spent a long time talking to a lot of people on different sites and hearing different perspectives and looking at all the evidence that I'd been supplied with. And I spent a long time considering what was in front of me, and it wasn't, a straightforward process, and it wasn't a decision that I took lightly. But in the end, I came to the conclusion that the decisions had been the correct ones. As someone who was new to that, and people can disagree with me personally and say, come to their own conclusions, and that's fine, but that was my position as someone coming to this. The external report we had commissioned, someone came in who was external, and I think the key finding there was that that person, that investigator, she spent a long time speaking to lots of people, everyone involved, and her conclusion was that the Code of Conduct Committee and the board had acted in good faith. They believed the things that they said, they believed in their decisions for the reasons that they stated. It wasn't something else. And, it's always, people are always going to ask, what happened? Why did this happen? Was this the correct decision? We can't stop people asking that. They're going to continue asking that. But at least as far as I'm concerned, and this external person that came in, it was a fair decision made by people doing the things they believed were correct. And I think I'm probably just echoing Rob here, but that's really all we can say right now. Like, even if we were to provide every detail, he would still be questioning it. He'd still be asking if it was the right thing. It would still be a hugely kind of polarizing decision. So at the end of the day, I think this is the best we can do, even though it's incredibly frustrating for a lot of the people involved. And of course, people want to know more, but I don't think that's the solution here.
So as someone very new, newer than Alan, I've never been on the board. I don't have history with the foundation, and I most certainly don't have a horse in this race. I also came in and spoke to people, looked at the evidence that was available. I can't see inside the Code of Conduct Committee, but I can see the reports that were prepared, that were not released. I can see the timeline of events. I think whoever you may be, if you feel that there's a conspiracy, reflect, because there isn't. People, the board is comprised of volunteers from your community trying to do the best that they can. And those people, whether they are still active contributors or not, who are negatively affected by this situation, are also trying to do the best that they can, right? It's not as though there was something deeply nefarious anywhere here. There's no 1 or dozen or 9 evil people acting in evil ways. People made mistakes. So those people most negatively affected, arguably, by this situation, one person in particular, made mistakes. The foundation made mistakes, but the foundation didn't make, in my opinion, and it's not my position to relitigate the case, but I can look at it in the abstract as someone new. The foundation's mistakes were mistakes in execution, not mistakes in conclusion, in my opinion. If I were here when this all went through, it would have been very unpleasant. Maybe glad I came afterward. But my conclusions wouldn't have been any different. So you don't know me for 20 years. I'm not a 20 years GNOME contributor, maintainer. But take that for what it's worth. There's no secret cabal in a back room making dark decisions to oust community members. That doesn't exist.
I'd like to make a comment. First, I'd like to thank the board for their work on this contentious issue. And I'll make a general comment as somebody who organizes events and do have to deal with codes of conduct and had to kick people out of conferences and so forth. These events, even if you air them, all you're going to get is an airing of perceptions from members, right? You still have to disseminate which one to believe, right? And again, it comes back to, do you trust the process that has gone through to come to that conclusion? We had to do the same thing. And so it's really, you have to trust the process and the people. You elected them, they've been here all these years, right? Nobody stays in 20 years at GNOME if they didn't have the loyalty to make and want to make it successful. Like, I'm here too. I've been here for, I don't know, 27 years, right? We all are bonded by our love for this community and for the GNOME, right? And that's why we're here. And so you have to, again, trust the process, and it was a data-driven decision. That's the only way, especially when you're trying to disseminate different views, different perceptions and actions. This is what happens in court and the legal system. So so if you're struggling with this because you don't have enough information to make a decision, I guarantee you, even if you knew every detail, you're going to struggle because it's a gray space. Human interactions are not black and white. It's all about disseminating what it is and what is the best decision for this organization. I'll leave it at that.
Hi, Stephen. In your presentation, you mentioned the ad board. For people who aren't familiar with that term, could you just clarify what that is?
Yeah, sorry. Ad board is short for advisory board. So you'll see a number of logos on gnome.org. Some of those logos belong to the advisory board. If you go to foundation.gnome.org, you can see there's an advisory board page. You can see all the organizations that participate in the advisory board. So they are partners who help us guide the foundation, and therefore I suppose I hand-waved over the fact that there are 4 financially contributing advisory board organizations, but there are other organizations like Debian, like the Free Document Foundation, that are also nonprofits, so we don't make them pay a fee to participate in the advisory board.
Yes. Okay. So you said that. I guess I have one question first, and that is, do the people on the board know the details of a code of conduct violation? Sorry, do the people on the board know about the details of a code of conduct violation? The details of a code of conduct violation, do they know about this, the board members?
I think does the board know about the details of the code of conduct violation? Probably not 100%, but then I can't answer that because I'm not on the code of conduct committee. So certainly as a member of the executive committee, as the president at the time, I'm privy to certain information which I shared with the board because the board was deciding 2 questions, one around directorship and one around the code of conduct committee's recommendation for indefinite suspension. I gave the information I had relevant to this decision. The code of conduct committee made its recommendation and didn't share anything that additional because that's not how the policy is set up.
Okay, and then the next part of this is you said basically that if we don't trust the board, we can vote on it, right? This is how the board works. What's the mechanism for like the code of conduct committee?
The board appoints the code of conduct committee.
How exactly does it work? Where's this? Like, I really don't know about this. So, how does this happen?
Well, the code of conduct committee suggests new members. The board also does, and has asked the code of conduct committee to consider new members. And if they're suitably trained, then the board appoints them to the committee. But all the committees are reappointed annually by the board.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess a lot of the, I don't know, the trust issues, I guess, are just kind of still there at the end of the day because we cannot like find the information we're looking for. And I'm just really curious, like how this can play out in the long game here, like how we can make progress.
I mean, there is, in the recommendations we're working on, there was but there was the recognition that for an interaction that involves a staff member, an interaction that involves a director, if you don't have additional kind of neutral voices within the code of conduct committee, that then you don't have enough people to come in and make a sort of consensus decision, especially about a very serious decision with these impacts. So they're part of the changes that are being made to the sort of the running rules are around this idea of kind of substituting committee members with neutral voices who are not directly or indirectly related to the complaint that's being handled, to make sure that either the composition of the committee, if some people sort of recuse themselves, or if necessary, external neutral parties can come in and make that decision away from any perspectives or experiences or relations that impact the situation. So that's being tightened up, and we can share that once I think Alan is making some draft changes after the last board meeting, but it's in the editing room at the moment.
I have a branch somewhere. As I do for a lot of things related to docs. I mean, I can look at that to make sure it's clear in the documentation that we do have and that we're preparing. Like we have been, I've been working on improving that documentation, and the Code of Conduct Committee already has a process for handling conflicts, but we're tightening that up and we're clarifying that. Not that we believe it was an issue in this particular case, but in order to give the community a greater confidence in that process and just to make it clearer to everyone how that works. And I got a little stalled on that work due to GUADEC, but I'll get back to it. It's pretty much there, and there will be an MR, and you can comment on that MR. It'll be on the handbook. So yeah, I can let you know about that.
I recently had an opportunity to interact with other open source projects who have dealt with these kind of code of conduct conflicts in the past and have developed ways to potentially rebuild trust. Okay. So to reestablish trust in the institution, and you mentioned, Rob, just now, external parties coming in. Some of these communities I've talked to, they actually have a formal process of appealing a code of conduct decision, which will automatically bring in it will basically require the project to find an external party who is trustworthily neutral, bring them in, and have them actually not just look at whether processes were followed, which is what sounds like happened based on your description here, where the third party looked at whether processes were happened and followed in good faith, and the conclusion was that they were. And instead of looking at it that way, they also actually decide a outcome of the, like they see the whole case, and they would have to be trained in code of conduct policy, unlike the board. So these other organizations use this as a way to kind of act as a check on the Code of Conduct Committee, and if someone is upset about a decision, it goes to a neutral party, and the neutral party actually says not only whether the process was followed, but also whether the decision was correct. And that helps prove to the community that that the institution is working not just within its own confines, but within like that the confines themselves are also correct. Do you like what? How does? How would you react to that? Thank you.
So I'm not on the Code of Conduct Committee. I am helping to work on some of the processes, particularly with regards to how the board fits into all of this. I'd be interested to hear more about that. I mean, the GNOME Code of Conduct isn't a weird outlier. It's a fairly standard document that was prepared for us by people who know lots about codes of conduct. So I wouldn't say ours is unusual in the way that it operates. But yeah, if there are other perspectives, other ideas for how we can make improvements, I'd be interested to hear about those. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Hey. I want to pick up on something Rob said. He used the word training. How many people in this room have gone through code of conduct training? How many people have read the actual code of conduct document that's in force in whatever the policy is and the structure? So here's an education gap right here. The people who are on the committee take a specialized training. I have to do it for myself soon. That impacts how they do their job, and that specialized training is 90% of the people don't know what that is. So you don't necessarily know how they have to do the job to enforce that policy. Part of what needs to be done here is got to find a way for everyone who's interested in understanding how to do this. You need to find a way to take the training that's relevant, so you understand what the mindset has to be when you put that hat on. But it is not the same. Like it is a very specific thing you have to do, and you have to get into a certain headspace. And I know everyone who hasn't taken that training is having questions, but part of it is the education of how you address this, and it's in the training, and very few people have experienced that, and I don't know if it can be offered widely, because it's like, I'm sure it's a cost, right? Because like I know I'm going to have to get specialized training very soon because it's part of my job to sit on that. So for Fedora, so I just want you to be aware of that. It's until you've done. I'm sure all the people who've had the training at some point probably have a very different perspective on how the process has gone, because you know more intimately what is required of members. And if you haven't been doing the training, you just don't know what has to be done to keep everyone safe. So.
And yeah, I think we are running totally out of time. So yeah, maybe this was the last question and the last comment. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the board for responding to all these questions, and thank you to everyone who attended and listened. Thank you. A big applause. Yeah.
Just before we go to lunch, I have a small patch I need to make to the slides. Alan and me put these together very, very quickly yesterday. We've missed Lawrence Wahlberg off the new directors, so very sorry about that. Sorry, Lawrence. We very much appreciate you, as we do all of the directors. So yeah, patches applied.
Yeah, sorry, Lawrence. And I know you're listening, so thank you for being with us.
Sorry, my bad.
Cool. We have lunch break now.
No.
Oh, one more thing. Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Should we just let's do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this year it's my job to present the winner of the Community Appreciation Award, which is normally called Pants of Thanks or something like that. There was, I think it comes from some joke like 15 years ago. But I was not around yet, so I don't really know it. I found it weird. But yeah, now I'm gonna present it to you. So this year's winner is a gamer. Has faced great adversity. Has worked tirelessly on the GNOME platform for past 6 years. Probably you know already who am I gonna talk about, right? It's can only be one person. It's Alice. Many thanks to all her work she did on libadwaita and other stuff on in the GNOME ecosystem. It's highly appreciated. And yeah, big applause to Alice. I forgot to say that she can pick whatever she wants as a clothing item. It doesn't have to be pants.
And Alice isn't here right now, but if you can congratulate her online, I think that'll be.
Yeah, please do so.
Yeah.
That's it, I guess. Happy lunch.
Thank you all.
quality engineer, previously in a desktop team. Now we had a little reorg 2 months back, so I'm working actually more on multimedia and hardware. I originally come from more of a Java world, but now it's Python and GNOME. My hobbies are music mainly, playing guitar. And yeah, enough about myself. The motivation for this talk was to test accessibility in one more way and to actually help people with disabilities with the newest technology, because I think that it's kind of a moral imperative to, improve quality of life of people when we have the technology, and not to use it for generating funny images and stuff. A little bit about how we work in our team. We have a CI/CD pipeline in Jenkins. So that means that the job in Jenkins checkouts the repository with the tests, installs the applications for the tests, and then we actually use accessibility layer to test the applications. The pipeline is like that. The workflow that we use is more oriented towards like a domain-specific thing. So is Behave, which is a library that actually uses the Gherkin language for writing features and scenarios and steps for the tests. So you can imagine like, okay, open text editor, then go to the file menu, open file, and so on. That is facilitated also through some Python code that uses Doctail, which is a framework that's based on the ATSPI bindings, and it's kind of a query language. Who is familiar with jQuery, for example, for some kind of web development? Okay. Yeah. So it's like that. Each application has an application tree with lists and nodes of the user interface elements, and we use Doctail to query those MLNs, to retrieve them, and to perform operations on those elements. There are some helper functions and everything. It's really a neat framework. The workflow is really easy. When I started with that 10 years ago, it took me like 2 weeks to get used to it. Which we will talk about more on Monday, or maybe tomorrow during the hackathons. One is organized by Felipe, our guest, and the other one is organized by Wojciech Polášek, who is also the author of a Linux distribution called Wojtux, which is a distribution for blind people. So that's basically the environment that we use. And I wanted to see, that's why the repo is called speech-to-text experiment, how good the models are for recognizing what the screen reader, in this case Orca, is saying. We can use that to verify if the speech synthesis works correctly, or if there are some mismatches in the descriptions of the UI elements and so on. So the installation is quite easy. You just install the model, which is quite large. It installs a lot of libraries. the model itself is like 1.5 gigabytes. And then the scenario that I wanted to test is you enable the screen reader, and when you log in into your session, it should say screen reader on. And I wanted to record that, give it to the model, and see if the model can actually recognize what is going on. Here's a little setup. For that, I also needed like an auto start script, which if you are a Linux user, you know where to put it. If you don't, there are two applications that you can install. One is GNOME Tweaks, that unfortunately doesn't let you execute your own script. It just lets you to execute an application. Or Ignition, that actually lets you do both. Either it's application or a script, so I used Ignition for that. Just a little setup of how to work with that. And test itself, it's really easy. It doesn't have the Python wrapper around it with the doctail calls and everything. It's just a shell script. But this is basically how it works. So I'm using, for recording, I'm using the A record with the default sync to record the audio. In this case, it records from the microphone. When I try to use like the PA, the pulse audio record, it didn't work every time when I want to shut down the audio. The file is corrupted for some reason. So this is how it works now. And it sleeps for 5 seconds because the sentence is very short. It's just screen reader on. And then I give it to the model to analyze it. Most of the time, the model is correct. It doesn't handle silence very well. It starts to hallucinate. Not unfamiliar feeling, but okay. Yeah. I don't know if I can check it out. For a little demo. You have to enable the screen reader here.
Wrong. G0dd4/speech-text-experiment-m-f2.
Yeah, that's the screen reader. If you never heard it, that's the funny thing. So, a few other things. I found out that even though like you look up the models and they try to beat each other, like, okay, this one is better, that one is better. What you want to know is actually the success rate, or the error rate actually. That means like how good is the model with catching the words from the audio. The many models, I wanted a local one because I want to fetch every time when I run the test in the pipeline. I don't want to fetch every time the model again. It's a lot of data. Yeah. Another thing is that although the models are trained in like a fast mode, so they speed up the audio, so they shrink the time for the model to learn. And they should recognize a lot of words per minute. But I found that for this test, 40 words per minute is kind of the optimal setting. Yeah. Yeah. So now I have actually 2 orcas running. Okay. So work. Sorry for this. This is not my laptop. So I hope this will actually work. Yeah, check. This, I don't have the setup done. Yeah. I would have to install Whisper. I don't think there is a Whisper on this laptop. So it will take a long time, sorry. That's basically all. Sometimes the model really gives the right result. Sometimes it hallucinates. As I said, it doesn't work. It doesn't react well on or work well with silence. Yeah. Sorry, wanted to make a demo for you, but yeah, different laptop. So that's basically end of my talk. I don't know if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay.
Yeah, interesting talk. It's good to see a live demo of the screen reader as well. we don't have enough of those.
Yeah.
My question, I looked a little bit at testing accessibility stuff last year. I ran an outreachy workshop looking at the GNOME OS OpenQA tests.
Nice.
And we tried to make a test for Orca with OpenQA. And OpenQA has this terrible way of doing audio testing in which they take a screenshot of the audio and then compare that against the expected screenshot of the audio.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's obviously no one's invested much time or energy in it, so it's not fully developed. But that made me think about how you could test the screen reader. And one way, one way is like with what you just presented. And another could be redirecting its output as text to a file, and
the model does that for you. Or you can actually, Orca has a debug log. So you can set the debug level to some reasonable level and then just output that into the text file and verify that. This is specifically that I wanted to know if the Orca is saying what it's supposed to say. So it's more about the speech synthesis part.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you could do it that way as well. Or you can just, these days, you can just record the video if you don't want to have separate image from the audio, and then run another model on that, and have a transcription of what is going on.
Okay, so are you doing that type of testing at the moment with the testing the text and looking to add this as an extra?
Yeah, this is just really in case that the accessible elements have the correct role and correct name and description or what have you, the text and what the Orca should read, then I'm basically testing if Orca is reading that correctly.
Yeah, I see. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So the next talk is on
GUADEC in person. Interestingly enough, this talk is the third one in sort of an informal trilogy that I've done about peeking into GNOME services and APIs sort of sideways to see how you can reappropriate them. And the first one of those was about home automation, which was the last GUADEC I made it to in person in Thessaloniki, like session signals that you can link into Home Assistant. The second was last year when I was talking about how to make use of big tech data exports in GNOME apps, which relates to this a little bit. And I do think those ideas stand on their own as useful, but I also think that attempting them fresh and discussing them can be a useful endeavor because it provokes a lot of new thinking and then reveals stuff that you might not think about, but ends up having some practical value. So let's do that. We're going to talk about terminal mode apps. Sorry. There's going to be some talk about GUIs just because of the topic. What I mean is specifically how to use terminal apps that are more closely linked to the GUI desktop experience. A couple of specific goals, I would say. Most of us use a terminal from time to time, perhaps a lot. But I wanted to ask, what services in the desktop system can we access? What settings might be useful in a terminal app? Can we get to them and do that without breaking things, especially if we're moving back and forth? So you have configuration and preferences and possibly some state from apps that exist in this ecosystem for GNOME. Is it also accessible elsewhere? Now, if you have used a terminal app but haven't looked at it recently, you should know they are super popular. These are links that are just, well, we're talking hundreds of things that people are writing and using every day for any reason you can think of, really. I'm just going to skip through a couple just to give you a visual feel, a smattering of things. This is, I think, my main desktop machine back at Willis Farms. This is in Tmux, which is a multiplexer, so it's split up into 4 separate terminals. There are others like GNU Screen, and you can do management of the sessions there. So what you're seeing there on the top left is HTOP. There's a lot of fancy-looking top replacements. Next to that is Toot, which is a Mastodon client. Below to the left is something called Duff, which is sort of a visual disk usage thing, which I find more convenient to look at sort of graph-wise. And then that's NeoFetch in the bottom corner, which is sort of a message of the day replacement thing, which isn't really an app you use, but just the ASCII art thing will come up a lot in using terminal stuff. More practically, I do more planning-related things. This is a screenshot of Task Warrior on the left, which is a to-do manager that has a lot of front ends to it, and it has a lot of built-in terminal features that use color and pretty print layout and so on. And on the right, that's CalCurse, which is one of several calendars. It happens to fit well into narrow columns, which not all of them do. So here again, top left, that's a stock ticker. I really only keep track of the exchange rate with that, and that's just a man page next to it. But below that is GOMUX, which is the matrix client. And next to that is Weather Utility, which is actually an online one. So quite a variety of things that I've used off and on, maybe not every day there. It's worth noting there are a fair number of terminal utilities that are upstream already, and you may need to use in an emergency situation from time to time. This is the Network Manager TUI, which you might need to do some work on managing your connection if you're connecting from somewhere else. And then there's some TUIs that are popular add-ons because they're an alternative to the standard commands. For some reason, this is a Git interface called TIG. And although Git is fine if you're doing a lot of things, you might find something like reading through the history a little bit nicer and something like that. So someone might prefer that on a regular basis. What I do usually is set up Tmux reusable work sessions for projects. This is for doing Sphinx stuff. And then when you do that, you start wanting to fill in all the little gaps in the Tetris blocks of the terminal. So I just wanted to quickly show you those things to remind you there's a lot of people making and using them, and they parallel functionality that's already in desktop apps, but in a lot of cases it's complementary to them. It's not attempting to replace them, or not full time. So why might you want to live terminally over the long term? A few reasons. First of all, obviously to look cool. Text mode is very hackery. I guess at the other end of the spectrum, you would immersive VR is hackery, but in between, you really got to work harder to look hackery. From a more practical standpoint, you're certainly going to have occasions when you need to access the main machine over SSH or something, and you want to have that be a convenient experience and not be fumbling around for things. Separately, as others, I think Emmanuel pointed out, there's a lot of quote-unquote desktop apps out there that are really Electron and they hog resources, whereas terminal apps are usually pretty lightweight, so you might prefer one over the official client for that reason. There's also the case where it might just work better for your level of distraction, like social media. It's less distracting that way. I'd argue for a lot of things, it's mostly a text-based conversation you're having. Other media might exist, but be supplemental. Like that's kind of how IRC was for me the last time I used that. What is a GUI adding? It's kind of just text anyway. Then you might do what I was doing, which is create these like long-lived start them before you log in, and then if it's like a headless machine, then you can connect to it and have the tools that you need already waiting for you when you connect. You bookmark things in Nautilus, then you connect to a headless machine. You might just want to have those same bookmarks useful to you over SSH. And then finally, of course, to end on another obvious one, you can live a life almost entirely surrounded by fonts, hopefully good ones. So when it comes to how all that connects to GNOME, my specific interest is, it started with tinkering with the clock. I have clocks set, there are a few of them you can see there. It's the sort of drop-down menu, it's not the clocks app. You show time where there are specific people that I talk to. This could be your family, it could be friends, it could be remote office that you need to set meetings with. So when I was setting up those tmux configs and I had a little rectangle to fill, that was an obvious choice. How can I get the same thing as the widget in the menu bar in the terminal? So a long time ago, I looked around, I found some examples. It's not super hard. This is sort of the original one that I used, which someone posted on Stack Overflow. It is very compact shell script stuff, as you can see there, but it is referencing a file that you create called worldclock.zones. So I wrote that config file, which looks like that. It's the time zones. And then if you run it, that's the output that you get. So it's the same information. It's not quite as nice. I mean, it's time zone names and not cities. And so although that worked fine for a while, it just occurred to me one day, wait a minute, why am I typing? Why am I the one typing time zones into a configuration file like a caveman? Those time zones are not the cities. Besides, the location is already somewhere in my GNOME configuration because they appear at the top of the screen. So I went looking for answers. The answer is you get it from G settings. I figured that out by snooping around with the G settings command line tools and then sort of scripted something up. You have to parse the output. A few attempts later, this is sort of where it stands. It's actually doing some more things than the original one that I showed did, but I don't want to spend the whole time talking about the clock thing. There's also an ASCII world map that it's putting the Latin long into there. So that runs a login and it updates that file from whatever the current G settings world clocks are. So if I change them, then it's picked up automatically the next time I log in. And then you're in another rabbit hole. You start thinking, what other settings or configurations could I perhaps access? I might want to know notifications. So is that doable, grabbing notifications? It is, as a matter of fact. So this is a 2-slider. You can tell that I don't do a lot of code snippet slide speaking. This first bit here is basically just to handle markup because apparently notifications can have at least a few HTML-like markup things to them. But that little class there is just to get terminal output looking correct. But really, all you do is you listen to dbus, and then you add a filter to the notifications that prints them out to whatever terminal this little script is running in. And it looks like that. It's clearly not perfect. As you can see, the current version, which is a recent rewrite, is showing everything twice. I don't really use this a lot in practice, although it's a fun exercise to figure out. So I'm sure I could probably figure out why that's happening. But it seems to use more CPU than I expect as well. That could just be me. But this is a new API become monitor, so I wanted to update it for that. Okay, again, we're off to the races. I mentioned the file system locations a second ago. This is a screenshot of Midnight Commander, which is a big shot, long-lived GUI file manager or TUI file manager. I think I don't love it as far as those are concerned. It kind of takes over, like it's hard to get back out to your shell from Midnight Commander for some reason. I prefer NNN, which is another one. It works in smaller terminal windows as well. But again, the bookmark locations in Nautilus, can I use those in Midnight Commander or in NNN? Here again, fairly simple. A single script is enough. You get your locations from Nautilus because they're stored in a flat file in config, and then you pass it into this script, which is going to format them for both of the output files for the two different bookmark formats that those file managers use. You sand off the unnecessary stuff, but you can kind of just read it from that, which lives in .config tk3. I mean, you saw I was running on Ubuntu LTS on this machine, so it may be in different places in different releases. Kind of the only question is, when do you do that and how often do you do that? It depends on how often you, I guess, are updating your bookmarks. I started out doing all these things in shell scripts, so I was updating it in bash logout. It's supposed to be okay to use that for bash stuff, but you're not supposed to call Python. That's supposed to be done in cron or a systemd service thing. I don't care so much myself. It's read-only access, but to be on the safe side, don't just go firing off a lot of Python stuff. It does work, but it's not pretty. This is what NNN's bookmarks look like. You can see them down at the bottom. They have a single hotkey each. Even weirder is that Midnight Commanders is less pretty, and they have a lot of screen real estate they're using up there. I don't know why it's not even showing the locations. So those are fairly self-contained examples, but we can see some patterns. You do have to sort of poke around to find where stuff is, which, I mean, there were some older GNOME wiki pages for apps where it sort of would state on the page. I'm thinking of the Notes app, gbin or whatever. I actually did write a small converter for that. I just don't really use it. It's XML, so you're just taking the tags off and putting the text on screen. I use Joplin, which has its own terminal UI. And understanding the formats, often you're going to have to do separate digging after you found them. And the last thing to note there is that you are almost always going to have to target a specific TUI app, because I wrote, as you saw on that Nautilus bookmark thing, NNN and Midnight Commander have different locations and formats for their output. If I wanted to add a third file manager, I would probably need to export a third thing separately there. Also worth noting at this point, if you wanted to do something similar, you do need to worry about the package format. So like old distro style packages will perhaps be in like config or in their own top level directory under home, but for flatpak things, it's going to be in a separate location. For snap installed things, it's going to be in a different location. Generally easy to spy on the contents there, but they're not. If you aren't finding what you think, you might need to double check and see if something got installed in a different package manager. You also have to get familiar with shell and terminal session semantics, which might not be obvious. There's a number of script files in old Unix parlance which are not interchangeable. For example, login shells include the parent of the desktop session, but also includes connecting over SSH. So you will need to decide if something in your TUI linkages to GNOME needs to be available in secondary shells or can be just the login shell. I'll get to an example of that in a little bit. Moving on to other desktop TUI integration topics, some file-oriented apps are generally a bit easier to work with. I did look at Evolution Data Server because of last year and all the data exports. There's no easy path to integrating Evolution, Calendar, and Contacts with the calendar apps. I tried 3 of the calendar apps. It's because, and the same is true for vCards and the contact managers. And I think it's basically because the formats are old and crusty. And it's like, I think in iCalendar, a recurring event is stored as the original event plus the recurrence relation. And then every calendar app seems to have to compute that into its internal storage format. And that's why they can't share. You can get around this if you use CalDev and CardDev, which is what I do. I don't think that's worse than using an IMAP server. Just remember that you can't do read-write sync. Basically, any other kind of document-centric application, there's already a terminal mode alternative you can use. I'll look at a couple, then we'll see why we're looking at them. Timage is my favorite thing for mundane raster graphics. This is a low color thing, as you can see, and I think that's because it's over tmux, which is reporting as many colors. If you get into high color mode, true color terminals, it's more decent. That's probably going to be tough to see. That is a transparent background though, but this is an SVG, so I'm just pointing out that transparency works, which I'm happy about, and Timage can show SVG files as well, although the gsub substitution in that example is broken. Timage can also read PDFs. Might not be the best choice for reading a PDF though, particularly because there is a best choice. That is what you get when you just pipe a PDF into the less command, the generic pager. Because less knows to pipe it through something else called PDF to text. That is the PDF specification, just for irony's sake. Same is true with LibreOffice. There is an ODT to text, which on the fly turns it into text on standard out. LibreOffice has a converter switch on the command line, but it can't pipe its output. It only writes to file, and so it's Java. Most things like media, there are TUI media players, but you may just want to see what something is if the file name alone isn't clear. So MP3 info, there's an OGG info as well. Same with fonts. You want to look at a TTF, you can put into OTF info. You can interact with almost any file, is the point there. So you know all the alternatives. Just memorize this list of separate programs for each one. I mean, that's not great, right? Sure, I mean, the alternatives are great, but memorizing the whole list, we're not animals, right? For the answer to how you get around this problem, just think about the browser for a second. How does the browser know to get called, or how does the system know to call the browser for those URL patterns? Anybody know? Just shout it out. Nobody? Okay. It's MIME. The system does a lookup associating the MIME type of the link or of the file, and then there's a configuration that says what desktop launcher opens that up. So you want to do this with your terminal apps, just replace them, right? Just write a mimapps.list file that contains all of the associations between those file types and the terminal apps you need to use. Although, you probably don't want to do that permanently. Luckily, there are a lot of mimapps.list files sitting around. So that also just raises the question, which one of those is going to get used? There's a fallback there. But when it comes to like what actually gets called, there is this environment variable, xdg current desktop. By definition, in the spec, it is colon separated and can be arbitrarily long, as many components as you want, kind of like your path. The default opener parses that environment variable up to the first colon, and then it looks for a mimapps.list file that starts with that. So to have a TUI mode for opening all your files, you just write a mimapps.list file with TUI in the beginning of the file name. Then whenever you want to use it, you switch that environment variable to have TUI at the front of it, and it just works. As you'll see there, I have set this up on several machines, and it works. The first script here is exporting that at the bottom as a shell function. And this is the example I said about the config. So the shell function can be called from any, it's in bash RC, so I can call that from a GNOME terminal. This is a separate thing that automatically makes that switch when you're connecting in a login shell over SSH. So you can kind of have that both ways. And then, yeah, just use the word open. You just have to memorize one command, open, which is awkward, but I think if that's because you're doing this manually. I already know what the apps are that I put into that list for OTF info and those things. Also, you have to make those desktop files because they don't exist for command line apps by default. They are actually used in other places, but the desktopness is a bit of a misnomer. It works. You have to put them in local share applications. They can be pretty brief. So looking at all this linkage together, the next thing to consider is the sync procedure. So some of that stuff is static, like the mimapps and the desktop files are not going to change very much probably. But for stuff like, I don't know, when do you update your clocks, your bookmarks, end of the session, beginning of the session? I don't know necessarily that I have the right answer for when that should be done. I'm doing it read-only, and I'm kind of also doing the TUI just follows what the GUI application does. So there are potential risks in getting things messed up if you're trying to read and write changes from both apps. But it might be fine. I haven't tried it. It might be possible to synchronize that and not destroy stuff. As I mentioned, there's some unsolved problems still. There were a couple things I wanted to show. If you saw me around yesterday looking really concerned, it was because I was trying to finish some of these things. The notification thing has still got some breakage to it. I had a whole section here on browser bookmarks because I got it to work great for Firefox. There's a bash login script that determines what the active profile is, saves that in an environment variable, and then a script that exports bookmarks from places.sqlite and puts them into the text browser format. I could not get the same working for Epiphany. I think that's because it's in a GVDB database, even though the history is in SQLite in a separate location for Epiphany. I'm not sure why, and I cannot find any bindings for how you would work with GVDB. Kind of the same for GeoClue, where I wanted to have the current location be in the clocks list, and maybe you could do weather there too. I don't find any docs at all for that. I don't know what happened to those. I found some people on external forums asking for help with that, and when it came to some of that, they just got told, you don't need to do that, so go away. We should know that that's not a great answer, right? That's still a problem. And then I did some work on theme colors as well, where you can kind of extract those from where they're stored and put them into environment variables, because a lot of these apps would let you set a theme, so you could have NNN and Task Warrior and all those things use the same set of colors, especially for like plain text and highlights as you have in the GUI. Some takeaways, there's a lot of odd bits and inconsistencies out there. You have to dig into each app anyway, so it's maybe not a huge deal, but as archaeology, it's intriguing. Not a lot of stuff is documented at that low level. I think like settings just reflect individual people making their own choices over several decades. It can't be helped. But we could document some more of the data formats and things. I think a lot of the APIs could really use a very small example that's just showing you how you would make use of just a single item from G settings. That would have helped me out a lot. Instead, the examples are write an entire app. And you could draw some more people in, I think, by encouraging small examples for these small types of projects. XPL, I don't know why. It stuck out to me because I ran into it several times last year. There's no tooling for working with XPL, but it still gets used. It's used in your recent files, Nautilus, and it's used in GNOME podcast, but it's kind of just an orphaned format. Also, I think there's no reason to not have launchers for CLI apps be predefined. The desktop is a misnomer. It's also used in auto-starting programs. And then the last thing there is that a lot of terminal old Unix session stuff, like environment variables, they lasted this long because they work pretty well. There's not a reason to ignore that. Are there more things that GNOME could put out there in the environment that could be accessible to any other kind of code, perhaps in a 2D or other context? Final two takeaways, though, are these terminal and command line apps is a pretty big developer and user ecosystem, so it's best not to ignore it, but to see, like, are there ways that you could get those people to work more closely with GNOME apps that exist, and also get in touch if you find any of this interesting. I put that GitLab URL up, but I haven't uploaded all the stuff yet. The license on a lot of things is going to be funky because you find really short code examples in places like Stack Overflow, and officially the license for anything posted there is like CC by SA, so that I have to sort out what some of that is. But if you found any of this interesting, come talk to me. If you have answers to the obvious problems I ran into, come talk to me. I think we have like 1 minute left for questions if you want, but just ask later if we run out of time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Not a question, but you mentioned that you didn't find any documentation about GVDB. I did write a little tool that dumps the GVDB database, whatever you have, into a text file. It's sitting in a merge request, I believe, in GitLab. You could review it and then we could merge it.
Yeah, sounds good. I found the stub code, and I found like a third-party project to, I guess, build the introspection stuff for it, but it was kind of involved and not well documented, so I didn't bother trying to do it yet. But yeah, I mean, From what I had to dig into G-variant for other things, I know it's not like hard, but just one of those things. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, so
should we get started then?
yeah, so we will have the next talk on streamlining development workflows in GNOME OS with sysext-utils. Okay.
Yes.
Martin, you can start.
It's a mouthful.
Yes.
All right, let's begin then. Thank you, everyone. I know, yeah, we all need a break, but thank you for being here. So, yeah, we're going to talk about streamlining development workflows in GNOME OS with sysext-utils. Just to talk about a little bit about ourselves. I'm Martin. I'm a GNOME Foundation member, and yeah, I've been helping like in different places. Mostly like doing like community applications. Probably the one that is more recognizable will be like Flatsil. And then I also help like in a few committees like the GNOME Circle and like other community things like GNOME Latam. And some Fairfield, I know you wanna.
Yes, I'm Sam. I've done some work on search in the past and recently doing a lot more work on testing. Maybe eventually, if the testing is good enough, we can start testing search.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yep. All right. So a little bit of context. So last year, many things were done thanks to the Sovereign Tech Fund. Among all the beautiful things that happened last year, one of the items was called Improved Quality Assurance and Development Tooling, which is like very vague description. So the thing is, we worked on this last year, and we finished this work a little bit too late maybe for the last year GUADEC. So because of that, like there's like very few people who actually have like the complete picture of everything that happens. Like some people know this tool, especially like if you're already in the GNOME OS community, but no, yeah, very few people know about all of this. So yeah, the idea is these are our goals, right? So first is just to explain a little bit the motivation by highlighting some of the pain points of using GNOME OS for development, reviews, or testing in general. And then present a set of tools that we built for making it a little bit easier, to alleviate some of these pain points. And hopefully, the third point is to reignite some of the interest, because no one is actively continuing this work. I'm doing like just a little bit of things, but yeah, you will see that there requires like a lot more work. So let's start. Well, oh yeah, GNOME goals. This is not a GNOME OS introduction talk. There's like 3 things you need to know. It's basically like an integration project where everything that is GNOME goes into this. It's an operating system, right? We want it to be like all golden standard for what GNOME-based operating system should be, right? But also it's very interesting because it comes with batteries included. For example, like if you are using GNOME OS, there's like a few commands that you need to run, and then it becomes like a full development environment as well. Also, it is not a systemd sysext tutorial, but the minimum you need to know, and this is like very minimalistic explanation, is that it's just a way to overlay files on top of your file system, even if it's immutable, right? It's an overlay FS overlay, right? With some metadata to make sure that it's compatible with your system. And yeah, there's some links like if you need to research a little bit more about that. So let's start with the actual pain points, and let me see if I can explain these 3 major pain points and see like how one depends on the other, right? So the first one is that GNOME OS is an immutable system, right? I mean, literally means that you cannot modify the operating system file system, right? And even if you like start a toolbox version of it, and where you can modify things, it doesn't have like a package manager, so it's complicated to do development like if you are running GNOME OS. Because of this, it's a little bit challenging to use it to test and review changes for, let's say, like GNOME components, right? Because the way things used to work is like this, right? So if you wanted to test a change in GNOME OS, it will have to be, someone will have to send a merge request for that component. It will have to be merged, and then it will have to be integrated into GNOME OS, and then a new build of GNOME OS will have to be generated, and only then someone could download this image and then see the changes, right? So it's a very lengthy process. And because of that, because the process is very long, like if something breaks, all that process has to happen, and this usually takes a few days. So yeah, it's kind of late. Like it was already merged, right? So let me try to explain like how we're gonna address like all of these different points. So for the first pain point, GNOME OS is an immutable system, but now we have something called sysext-utils, which is a collection of tools that basically facilitates testing software, building and testing software in GNOME OS. Like underneath works with the build system like Meson, BuildStream, like the typical tools that we use to build software in GNOME, and produces something called like system extensions, which can be layered on top of GNOME OS. Yeah, those are like the technical things, but I think the most important part of this is that it gives you like an actual workflow to follow. And the other thing that is important, that this tool is already part of GNOME OS. Like if you install today GNOME OS and then you enable the development extensions, you already have this tool available. So yeah, and there's a lot of there's all the instructions to how to do that, like in the sysext README. So yeah, that's the link. All right, so yeah, I've been talking about a lot, so let's go and do like some actual demo. So let me show you something. Sometimes like seeing is believing. Anyway, yeah, let's start with this. So this is basically a recording of me running GNOME OS. And as you can see, I'm running GNOME OS, and I already have the development extension enabled. As you can see, I'm running the stock version of Nautilus, right? I'm gonna clone the Nautilus repository, and I'm gonna do like a small change, right? So there's the repository, and let me show you like a better version of Nautilus called Nautilus Blue. Basically, everything just gonna look blue, right? Now I can use the Meson setup as usual, and the thing is, right? Let me pause here. So the thing is, this is a immutable system, right? If I just go and do like Meson install, this is gonna fail because I don't have, I mean, this cannot be written on top of the operating system, but now we have this tool called sysext-install. So let me show you how that works. So basically, instead of Meson install, we just say sysext-install. We give this extension a name, which is extension in this example. And after a few seconds, yeah, it will generate the extension and it will enable the extension. And now you can see it's running my beautiful Nautilus Blue version, right? And just like that, I can also remove the extension. And that's it, right? So like even if something goes wrong, I can just like literally restart because these extensions are like by default are volatile, right? Like are not persistent. So going back to the presentation, let's look at more details, right? So basically, there's a lot of nuance here, right? So that is the magical command that we just saw, is sysext-install, name of extension, and then the Meson build directory. But I think in general, people think that this is something like, oh yeah, this is just like, you know, creating like a squash face image with some extra metadata, and that's it. Like that's an extension, right? So easy. They can be like 2 lines of bash script, right? But sysext-utils actually does more than that because it wants to provide like an actual workflow. So this is like very high level things that sysext-utils it's doing like in that demo. The first thing it's doing is detecting the build system because, like I said, it works with Meson, it works with BuildStream, and also like, I mean, you can actually just put like a arbitrary directory with files, and it will also create an extension for that. Anyway, like once it knows what's the proper system, it will build the project and export some artifacts, and it will inspect those artifacts to see what kind of extensions it can create, right? For example, it will create a sysext if there is something like under like OBT or UCR, and it will create a confex if there's something under like etc. So it can create like multiple extensions at once. So yeah, then it will generate, for every extension type that it detected, it will create the actual extensions. It will clean a previous version if it's there, and it will install the newer version in the system, right? And then lastly, probably this is one of the most like important things that sysext-utils does. It will generate and install like an additional like singleton extension, which includes like all the post-install integration steps, like for example, the updated compile schemas, the icon cache, and other things, right? Additionally to all of this, it also checks for some conditions, right? Because the bad things can happen if you mix extensions like that are persistent, that are not persistent, and you know, like this take care of that to make sure that your system is always like consistent. It has a lot of tools, right? I just show one, but it has the basic ones is basically our sysext build, which basically creates an extension out of a Meson project or a BuildStream project. And the second one is which basically, given an existing system extension, it will import, activate it, and run like all the integration steps that I just mentioned. This sysext-install is basically just a convenient script which combines both the build and add functionalities into one, because that's part of the workflow that we are trying to encourage. And then, of course, the remove, to remove the extensions that you already have installed. And then we have other like are more like experimental, like for example, sysext build element, which create extensions out of like BuildStream elements, right? If you, for example, like git clone like GNOME build meta, and then you want to be like a specific elements of that BuildStream project, then you should like use this tool. All right, so yeah, it works very well, but of course has some limitations. It requires a lot of multiple like privilege operations. So there's an issue open for that. I mean, it's kind of tricky to know like, exactly how to break down this application so you can isolate those like privilege operation and I don't know, use some like policy kit files to we really haven't figured out like exactly how to fix this. Then are some other like minor things, like for example, this sysext build element doesn't support passing BuildStream options. So for example, if you want to build for like a specific architecture, then it's something that we need to fix. I think a major limitation, but it's not a limitation of sysext-utils, it's the system extensions in general, is that it's not a package manager, right? It's not a packaging format, so it doesn't handle dependencies. So this works like pretty easy, like in GNOME OS, because it already comes with the batteries included, right? So, but when there's like very complex projects with a lot of dependencies that are not part of the development extension, then it becomes a little bit tricky. And yeah, one example, it's for example, GNOME shell that depends like very tightly on Matter, right? But we have found ways, at least for that for that specific case, to handle it. And yeah, it's still unfriendly for like non-GNOME OS distributions like Fedora. But yeah, Carlos Canacho actually has a very nice blog post where he explains these limitations, and he like adds some like wrapper on top of sysext-utils to actually make it work in Fedora Silverblue, I think. Anyway, so this was the first problem. So the problem was we cannot, develop and test things in GNOME OS, but now we have sysext-utils, and we can actually build and test things on top of this immutable distribution. So let's move to the next problem, right? Now that we enable this, we can, one extra thing is that I have some ideas about how to actually address these dependency issues. So here's the thing, like 2 months ago, I was thinking like how to fix this. And I was like, basically like drafting some sort of manifest, a file, kind of like the similar to what flatpak has. And then like future timeline Martin like show up and say, no, don't do it, right? Because you should not be creating another packaging format. And he was right, so I didn't do that. And instead, I'm just basically sketching a way to, we have to facilitate the workflow itself. Like we have you want to be like 10 different projects, right? And you don't want to go like one by one. So basically, I'm just sketching like how we can just facilitate that specific step, right? Without creating like a whole new packaging format. So yeah, we can, I will join the buff, so the GNOME OS buff, and if someone is interested in this, like we can discuss it and see like, okay, perfect. All right, so let's move on to the second point, because yeah, we can already build and test software in GNOME OS, right? So the second pain point was that testing changes from a merge request manually, it's quite cumbersome. Okay, yeah, now you have sysext-utils, right? But let's say I'm a designer, right? And I don't know, I'm running GNOME OS and someone sends a merge request which is changing the design, and I don't want to go to GNOME OS and say like git clone, change to the merge request branch, and then meson setup, like there's so many steps, and then running. So for that, we actually created a GitLab CI/CD component, which basically is like magic, right? Let me show you. It's easy to show than explain. All right, so here again, I'm running GNOME OS with the development extension enabled, so I can have sysext there, right? I'm showing you that I have the stock Nautilus application. And now, we are basically playing with a fork of Nautilus just to experiment with all these things. But the important thing here in this merge request that I created to Sam's fork is that I added this CI/CD component to the GitLab CI YAML file, right? It's basically that, right? I'm just adding this component to the CI file and some little tweaks to make it run on the proper worker. And just by adding this, it's adding a new job, which is generating, which is using sysext-utils to generate an extension. So if the job sub6, it's gonna give me like this one-liner that I can just copy, go to GNOME OS, I paste it there, I run it, I wait, I don't know, seconds, and yeah, that's it. And now if I run Nautilus, I'm running like Nautilus Blue, right? It's literally just a one-liner that I can run, And I didn't need to do anything. I just need to copy, a line from a merge request, and then, I can remove it as usual, and everything's back to normal. Like if I broke my system, say that this is a merge request for, I don't know, Matter or something, and I broke my system, all I need to do is just restart my system, and like nothing happened. Let's go back to this. That was the second demo. And then again, some nuances, right? So what exactly is happening here, right? So when you add this CI/CD component to your GitLab CI file, it's creating a new job called BuildStream by default. You can call it whatever you want, which pulls the GNOME OS nightly container with all the development dependencies that are part of that project. And it sets up your project, that basically just runs a Meson setup, and then uses sysext build to generate a single extension for the version of your project that is part of the merge request, and then exposes that extension as a GitLab CI artifact, and then provides a nice sysext add one-liner for people to actually try, right? So yeah, that was the second problem. Like it was kind of cumbersome to use GNOME OS to test changes, but now all you need to do is like add this CI/CD component to your project, and then every time someone creates a merge request, it's going to like give you this line, and then someone can come, copy that line, put it in GNOME OS, and it can actually test even before that merge, even before that change is merged into the project. So yeah, you can prevent things like this way. Of course, limitations. Even though sysext-utils supports BuildStream and other things, of course, this particular CI/CD component is very like Meson-centric and focused, but that could change. That one-liner, let's say, that is not the easiest to find, like because you have to go and look at the at the logs of the job, and but perhaps we can improve this. I don't know, maybe something like what we do in flatpak, for example, like the job actually replies to the merge request saying like run this line. It will be like more friendly. And yeah, the tricky part is like handling dependencies again, right? Like I'm not showing this here, but if you go to GNOME shell, like since last year, every single merge request that runs in GNOME shell is already generating this magical, like one-liner for sysext add, right? So there are ways to address this, right? But we need to think like more generic solutions. And with this, Sam is going to explain like the third problem. Like now that we have, we can.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah. Now that we can develop and build and test things in GNOME OS, and now that we make it very easy to test things, we enable the third problem, right? So that's the third solution.
Yeah. I can't talk as fast as Martin, but thankfully he's left me quite a bit of time to get through this last part. So when we set up OpenQA testing for GNOME OS in like 2022, and that was a big step forward. The idea of GNOME OS was to make testing GNOME easier, basically to enable testing for people who didn't want to understand JH build and didn't want to fix build errors. That's a complete success, I think. You can now download an ISO of everything in the main branch of every GNOME module and manually test it. So that's a huge step forwards. But, and a huge shout out to everyone who worked on it. But we want to do automated testing as well, right? Because manual testing gets boring after a while. And so we set up the automated tests, and we added one test for each core app. So it just launches the core app and says, did it launch? Okay, great, that's good. And then I tried to sell app maintainers on extending the tests for their app. So I remember I spoke to Antonio and I said, why don't you add some more detailed tests for Nautilus so that we don't just test that it starts, we test like, different features, the search and so on. And he said, Sam, I review a lot of merge requests, and you're proposing this idea where I review a merge request, I land it, it goes into main, then I update the ref in GNOME OS, and then I discover that the merge request is bad and a test fails. That's not very useful for me. What I want as a maintainer is I want to have the test running in my CI pipelines, in Nautilus or wherever. And I thought, yeah, of course you're right. But how do we do that? Because you can't just rebuild GNOME OS for every merge request, because it's quite expensive to rebuild a whole operating system on every merge request to GNOME, right? We don't have that much money or resources. So the solution only came along once we did all this stuff with sysexts. What if, like, instead of rebuilding GNOME OS, we just overlay a sysext on top of an existing GNOME OS image? So that works. And next slide, and then which video? Okay. So this is prototype, but working prototype. So this is Martin's branch of Nautilus. You can see he's added a couple more things. He's added a skeleton OpenQA test that just launches the app. And then he's added another thing to the CI templates, which has the GitLab CI config to run an OpenQA test. The videos, I paused it. I thought, you're not going to listen if I talk. Is it working now? Great. So this is the changes to the GitLab CI file. I think it is working still, yeah. And so let's look at a CI pipeline. The pipeline's failed, but actually that's a good thing. So there's a new job, test sysext, and that job, we're going to go back in the log and see, it looks like the GNOME OS OpenQA test jobs, in that you get a link to the OpenQA instance and you see the test results there. And we'll look at the screenshot. You can see it booted GNOME OS, it went through initial setup, and it launched Nautilus Blue. And it failed, right? Because the test is expecting old school Nautilus that's gray. So we expect it to fail when everything goes blue. That's a feature. So this is something that already works. It's like prototype quality, but it works today. And I'm very happy if someone wants to try this for their app. I'm happy to help set it up and see how it goes. Let's go back to papers. So there's a lot of stuff happening here. It looks easy when I show it in CI, but there's a lot of things to be aware of. Probably the main thing is it does have to download a GNOME OS image as part of the job, which is about 2 GB. So that adds, it depends on which CI runners you get, but the way our CI is set up and the fact that we don't currently have dedicated OpenQA workers means the job is going to take a few minutes to download the GNOME OS live image every time the CI runs. And there's also some logic to make sure we get the same GNOME OS image as the container that built the sysext, because ABI compatibility is difficult, right? Systemd sysext are not a packaging format. If you don't manage the ABI compatibility yourself, you get to keep the pieces. So a GNOME OS is a rolling release model, so there's no promise. The only way things are certain to work is if you build in the container that matches the OS image that you run with. And the CI templates get that right for you, but it's something to be aware of, right? And it's also why you can't download the GNOME OS sysext and run it on Fedora, right? It might work, but the ABI is probably different. And if you want it to work, you need to build the sysext on the same Fedora as you're going to run it. What else? I mentioned the dedicated. Yes, limitations is the next thing. So I did a talk yesterday on how to write OpenQA tests. And I also wrote a tutorial. So if you like watching videos, watch back the talk. And if you like reading text, then read the tutorial instead. And it goes through how to do this in a lot of detail. It's not perfect, but it's usable. And it'll only get better. What else? This isn't, of course, this OpenQA testing is not a replacement for unit tests, right? Start by if you don't have any tests for your app, start with Frederico's talk. Start by organizing your code in such a way that it's testable. And that's half the battle. But there are always corner cases, right? We're making a platform, and there are cases where, like, your app interacts with some specific portal that's not on all systems, and then it depends on a kernel feature, or there's a bug that only happens with BetterFS, and so on. These are the things where it's cool to test it in a VM, and that's where OpenQA test can help you. The other thing, OpenQA doesn't have any built-in support for mounting sysexts. So it's totally possible, but you need to manage that yourself. The way we do this is using the SMBIOS, which if you're not a hardware hacker, the SMBIOS is a way of passing data into the system under test from the host when you're testing in a VM. And we add some stuff in the SMBIOS to tell, how does it work? We tell systemd, right?
Yeah, we basically mount the image we basically just mount the sysext image in the right directory so that it gets picked up by the sysext service and then it mounts it. At boot time, yes.
Yeah, so it's all automatic, and 99% of cases it's going to work, but there's always that 1% where maybe it doesn't. And one important detail is that there's no integration step. So the sysext-utils, if you run sysext install on your machine interactively, it'll run things like G setting compile schemas, right? Which if you added a G setting, you need to run that. The OpenQA integration currently doesn't do that, so if you added a G setting, it's going to break. And there's going to be a... we're going to jump to questions in a second. So yeah, great, okay. I think we're pretty much done. So yeah, conclusions, this is me as well. We've addressed a number of the pain points, so everyone's a lot happier. And there's lots of room still for improvement. So we don't, the work you saw here was funded by it was half funded by the STF and half funded by CodeThink last year. And currently there's no funding for anyone working on this kind of stuff. And so it's gone a lot slower, as you can imagine. And crowdsourced development is possible, but it means that if you want to use this stuff, you're going to have slightly dirty hands, right? You're going to have to dig in a bit and help us fix the remaining issues. So it's fun. We enjoy it. We invite you to join in. There's a long list of acknowledgements. A lot of this has been a huge collaboration between lots of different people. The systemd developers, very visionary for inventing sysext in the first place. I think they've taken a lot of pain out of developing system components. Well done to Jordan for having a lot of the ideas here. And Abderrahim, Adrian, Valentin, and everyone who works on GNOME OS. Sunny and Tobias for the initial STF project and setting that up. And a few other people working on this, Florian and Carlos, have done other cool stuff with sysexts. And all of you for participating.
So now we have the official question round.
I'm sorry if I missed it during the presentation. I don't think I did, but sorry if I did. This kind of integrated OpenQA testing pipeline thing, could it work with Flatpak, but with apps that only produce Flatpaks in CI?
Yes, it can. And there was actually a prototype of this before the sysext stuff, because it's easier. If you look on like Discourse in 2023, I did a prototype with Amberol where it builds a Flatpak and then injects it into the OpenQA system. The catch is it required a manual test step to download the Flatpak and install it, because there's no way to automate that via systemd. But it's not really a
because so it's called Flatpak, like install it's a directory, you drop the Flatpak ref or anything, and it will install it. Like,
oh, that's cool.
It's a boot time? Like,
I don't remember. Honestly.
okay.
Yeah, I think I remember that now. Yeah, that's cool, and that could save a little bit of effort.
That could save a little bit of time.
Yeah.
To add to that, the pre-install thing does not exactly work for this use case because we have a bundle, not a remote. But there are other ways we can hack around that. And yes, for applications, the idea is that you would use Flatpak to overlay over the system, like as you would expect anybody to install applications. But for system components, we'll be like overlaying a sysext and running the same OpenQA tests. Anyway, what I wanted to say was like, thank you so much for doing all of this work. Like, taking things, yes.
Take a bow.
it's so nice to see things that we wanted to have to do for like 4 years be implemented finally and like actually get used. So thank you so much, so much.
Yeah, it's great to see everything coming together a bit. Yes. When a plan comes together, it's nice.
Anybody else? Okay, so that concludes this talk. And yeah, I think we have coffee break now if there's no further questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. I have a little kind of announcement to do before we start with the lightning talk. I've been told since this morning my Telegram profile has been cloned, and some of you is getting contacted by someone with my name, my profile picture, my handle with just one letter changed, proposing NFT and cryptos. That's not me. If you want to give money to me, give really to me, not to that fake profile. I don't know. He's writing, hey, do you know about crypto? Report, block, whatever. It's not me. My handle ends with a 0, not with a capital O. I'm sorry for that, and thank you for your attention. Let's get started with the lightning talks. I see the lights are off for some reason.
Do I use this? Are we ready? Does this work? Are we good? Anyone interested in some crypto? I got GNOME NFTs. Okay, are we live?
Yeah, you can go on.
All right, cool. So, hi, I'm Jonathan. I've been around GNOME for a while. I write GNOME crosswords, and I've done a couple of GSOC projects for the last couple of years and this year. I sort of wanted to tell a quick story. This is a lesson I have to learn like every couple of years over and over again as an engineer about profiling first. But mostly when we did lightning talks in previous years, we'd sometimes get some GSOC students to present what they did, and I wanted to maybe extend some of the cool things that they did on my project too as part of this. Right, so I work on GNOME crosswords, and this summer I had a potential GSOC student, Mahmoud, who showed up and tried to do some projects as part of the application period, and he proposed adding thumbnails to the puzzle selection screen. The puzzle selection screen looks like this. It's got a long list of puzzles in it, or a short list. And then the idea is you'd put a little thumbnail of the puzzle you're clicking on inside of it so you could see what you're clicking on. And he wrote an MR to add these using the existing thumbnail code that existed inside the app. It was too slow. There was a very noticeable lag rendering the thumbnails. It was a problem, and it would take a couple seconds to change screens occasionally. So Mahmoud and I talked, and we decided to cache the generated SVG files in order to save time. He wrote an MR to add a puzzle thumbnail class. And just a quick aside, this is what the thumbnail pipeline looked like inside the code. You load the puzzle from the file, you create an internal layout that serves as a representation of the puzzle, you generate an SVG file from that, and then you add it to GTK image. Voila, you're done. And he gave an attempt at trying to fix this. And caches are quite complex. The proposal came quite long. It had a design doc. He actually wrote a great design doc about how to approach it, etc. But we ran into all sorts of issues along the way. And it turns out our premise was very wrong, right? Because if you saw that previous screen, you know, it looks like the area you'd want to do is you'd want to cache the SVG file and then just load that and add it to the GTK image. And behind the scenes, when you get an SVG file, you create a handle, and then you render that an RSVG handle, and you render the handle to the screen. And one of my other GSOC students who happened to be profiling the code noticed that there are actually some really strong pathologies in librsvg. And if you look at what he came up with, he realized that the slow part of this whole thing was actually creating the handle and rendering it to the screen. And all of this time we're talking about doing the cache, it was this little area here. And RSVG does not handle small SVG files in this kind very, very well. So Taliwalake actually did a fabulous job optimizing the code. If you see here, this was the old create the SVG here, create the handle, and then render it phase. Just going straight from the file you loaded is the screen area here. So it's over a 10 times improvement in speed for rendering these images. And then, you know, all that time we spent talking about doing an SVG cache and trying to cache the images, not wasted.
but just actually rendering directly rather than trying to cache it is a much better path. So the end result is I learned a valuable lesson. Again, Mahmoud actually went back and started looking into using a better rendering path for his feature. Taliwalake went ahead as a hero and cleaned up our use of thumbnails throughout crosswords. And we actually had some very actionable items within librsvg, and Federico has been able to start tackling them and speed up librsvg for everyone else. That's it. Apologies to Mahmoud for setting him on a wild goose chase, and thanks a lot to Taliwalake and Federico. That's it.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. So now we have Zishan. While he sets up, I'm very quickly going to say the names of the other people, so you start getting close to the stage, and we can make the transition faster. So the next presentation is Tobias and Andreas, part 2. We have then Niels, then we have Jakub, then Jordan, then we have Rob, Aryan, then we have Shazwan online, and in the end, we have a very special guest. Zishan, go
Should
ahead.
I start? Okay, I'll start a timer so I don't go too over time. Thank you, very helpful. Hello, everyone. If you don't know, my name is Zishan Ali Khan, and I'll talk about this thing called Warlink a bit. What's Warlink? Just to, if you don't know, it's inter-process communication mechanism, very similar to DBus, and it's a protocol that is now being pushed by systemd. And when I say by systemd, I mean Lennart and Lennart and Lennart. So we have to listen to him as usual, and we have to embrace this new future, which is called Warlink. And yeah, so it's replacing basically DBus, at least in the future, it looks like at least. And we need a crate for it, like a crate is a Rust library. So those of us who program in Rust, we need it if we don't want to do any Warlink stuff. And there is a existing Warlink library that was created long ago when Warlink was new. However, there are a few problems with it. It's not async. It's IPC, so async is important. It's solely based on code generation. That's the only mode of working. Well, it's not exactly, but that's what it pushes for, which is not exactly what you always want. It's also unmaintained, which is the biggest problem. I am now the maintainer as well. I was given maintainership without any problem, but I don't want to touch the code because I don't even understand it really well. And since I wrote this library called ZBus, which is a DBus library, so I thought it's natural that I also write the Rust library for Warlink. So Z-Link was created, so it's ZBus, so Z-Link, it just makes sense. I first named it as Zarlink, but people said that it sounds like Zars and stuff, and so I was like, okay, it's Z-Link then. First of all, what are the intended features? First of all, it's async first, and also it will support no STD, which in Rust world means that there's a standard library, which some would say that it's bloated, but I don't think it is. But in case you are one of them, you should be able to use it without STD. Also for bare metal microcontrollers, that's very important. And the same with no alloc, which means that you don't do any allocations on the fly, on the heap. So that's also intended, so that is supported. Also, code generation should not be required. That's the design. Code generation will be there, but not required. I took some lessons from ZBus, whichever applied, which the good sides of ZBus that I can use here. I'm doing that. Also, it supports something that DBus cannot, ZBus cannot because of the design, and that's called chaining and pipelining, which means that you send multiple calls at once, and then you get the replies possibly also at once, and that really reduces your latencies. Warling and Rust, match made in heaven. Well, yes and no. It's complicated, as usual, as all the answers are. First of all, it's very obvious it was designed by C developers. It shows in the protocol. and that put some hurdles. For example, there is no size header. They probably thought that, okay, we have null termination, which is normal in C world, but which is really strange in other cases. So that makes it unoptimal for Rust. And many other languages too, not just Rust. And also JSON encoding encourages, it's designed so that it like pushes for allocation and at least reparsing, which is not very nice. But on the other hand, in Rust, we have really great JSON support. We have just very good, nice APIs. And also, like in Warlink, you can have many connections. You are encouraged to have many connections, which is the opposite in dbus. This means that we can have much fewer allocation, cloning, and also fewer atomics. Atomics can also slow down things. So in that way, it's good. Status, the low-level API is done like a month ago or 2 months ago. I'm doing high-level API. The client side is almost done. I'm pretty sure I'll be done tomorrow or something. And then the server is remaining. But the client side, I think, is the most important one because then you can talk to the existing systemd Warlink APIs. And then after that, I'll look into supporting bare metal embedded, which is microcontrollers side. So that you can talk to microcontrollers from your or USB and stuff with it. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's it. That's the link.
Thank you so much, Dishan. You just finished the time. You had 10 seconds left, actually. Now we have Tobias and Andreas. And Julian.
That was too fast. Thanks. Wait, so you don't have to start the computer? No, I could. I don't know. Almost there. Try the microphone in the meantime. Yes, it works. Cable. The charger. Should work. No, it's on the wrong screen. Is it?
Why can't?
Does it work? Is it green?
Why is it?
Okay. Is it? Yeah, no, it's correct. Okay, good. Since we have to be fast, I'll quickly start. Hi, welcome to the second part of our lightning talk from yesterday, which due to our great organization, we somehow made 2 talks instead of 1. So basically, yesterday, Andreas talked a little bit about local first and what it is and that context. And I think I wanted to maybe like give sort of the other side from like our perspective as like a desktop project and also like people making native things that don't naturally sync. And nowadays, everyone expects syncing, and that's not good for us. And like in the last 10 years, in order to do sync, you needed to have like big servers and a lot of money, and that's not something we're good at. But maybe if local first is like next, then that would be good for us again, because we just write native apps and then it syncs and you don't have to like have a lot of money. And can you get it next? Right? And I think like over the last few years, like a lot of things have fallen into place, like in this broader local first community. Like I think, thank you. I think that's like sort of a more or less agreed upon, not working anymore. Don't work.
Don't touch it.
Okay, yeah, I think there's more or less sort of like an agreed upon like ideal end state that everyone wants, where like you have flexible networking, you use peer by default, but then you also end-to-end encrypt the data, and like you have caching servers for like always online, like easing the syncing, that they don't actually see the content. And then ideally, we get to like a standard sync API where anyone can easily like run these servers that sort of push this data around. And for that, sort of the question, I think like this is pretty clear, but like what isn't so clear is like what specifically on the software stack level do you actually need to do that? And for that, I'm going to quickly give it over to Andreas.
I'm also not fully sure. So this is what we're exploring right now with this collaboration. But one thing is for sure, we need peer-to-peer networking. We need some sort of sync protocol to for eventual consistency to bring every peer to the latest state. We need some sort of validation because like signatures. We need reliable message ordering because messages can arrive out of order in a peer-to-peer world. Some sort of access control and end-to-end encryption, especially when like intermediary nodes are involved, and then usually some sort of collaborative data type. Though this part we don't really handle in Peer-to-Panda, so Peer-to-Panda is kind of like this thing in the middle. Here's like an overview of like the building blocks we are providing. So you see like the lowest level, we have some sort of networking stack, and then a stream pipeline, which gives you like all of the things I just mentioned. And at the very, very top, like your application can kind of bring its own data type. So it can be any sort of CRDT you want to bring, though I'm, for example, not a big fan of CRDTs. Very often you don't need them. There's other ways to build collaborative applications. One pattern is event sourcing, or stream processing, some other people call it. And or sometimes you just want to send messages to each other, no complicated CRDTs required. But yeah, that's up to you, how you want to do that.
So to test all that thing, we built a simple app, which is called Reflection, which is a Hedgehog style pad, like to edit a text file in a collaborative style across the internet or local network using LoRa implementation of CRDTs with pseudo identities, with IRO discovery relay, which is already an existing thing. Like IRO is a peer-to-peer communication protocol. We're also working on, like Andreas already said, on authentication and end-to-end encryption. And now we're going to give back to Tobias.
And yeah, this one we can skip, but these are some nice photos of us having events where we like work on this. And now demo.
Let's see if we can do it quickly. Didn't realize that I had to do the demo, even though it was obvious, but whatever.
Yeah, let's make it much easier.
If Signal would open. Why does Signal not open? Can you send it to Telegram or something? Ah, yeah, I have. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we have it here. It's here? Here. Okay, first. Is it this one? What does it say for you? You're wrong network, probably.
No, I'm on your Wi-Fi. Yes, let's go, not working.
Oh, yeah. We can also just check if we are on the same document.
Nope.
Maybe I never connected to it. Can you just send it on Telegram? Did you? So you still need a second channel to share the key. You're just in the wrong document. Why does it not work?
Yeah, but then who else is logged in though?
I don't get it.
Let's go! Demo doesn't work. We didn't prepare the one thing we should have. Yeah,
Maybe it's a gold gorilla.
What the fuck? No, something is not working.
Let's do a new document. Just do this. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know our network. Hello world.
Nope.
What? Okay. This worked 4 minutes ago. What the fuck? Let's go. Wait. Like seriously, why does it know? Oh, I should have restarted it. No, because I didn't. When I started it, I didn't have network. We don't have that yet. Open a back report.
And now we have Niels.
See if this works. I am not providing output. I didn't do anything. That's fine. It's all fine. Okay. Good. Okay, so hello, I'm Niels. If you don't know me, I've been contributing to GNOME for the last 10 years or so, and I've been working on a secret project, which is GNERD, which is the best name I've ever come up with, and it's my secret project for the last 24 hours. So it's actually my first talk that I'm doing at GUADEC, so hey, luckily for that. I'm going to first go, woo! It's a lightning talk, I don't have a lot of time, I have 29 slides. So we go to part one. Part one is the fun part. Content warning, there might be poo. We're going to talk about babies. Some people have them, some people are going to have them. And so then we start talking about these things at GUADEC, and that's how the idea came to be about 24 hours ago. Someone here, I won't name names, said small children are basically little suicide machines. It's somebody who has kids, by the way, so don't believe me. So they were keeping a stool journal. This is where this little thing comes in. So they had to track their baby stool types because they were unsure whether they might be unhealthy and there was something going on. You have to do this kind of thing when you have kids. Poop is actually a very important health indicator. It's not just for kids, it's for everyone. And one of those things, there is an actual thing that exists. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's called the Bristol Stool Scale, and it's a way to categorize your types of poo. Look it up, but you will see it later too. That's where the content warning comes in. There's actually an open source Android app that friend was trying to recommend to me to keep track of things. And it looks like this. It's in a very strange language that definitely is not a indicator who that person might be. You can see that's actually the scale a little bit already, and then you have to say, what kind of rating you wanted to give to your whatever for your kid. Unfortunately, we didn't have a GNOME app until we now have a GNERD. Thanks, Jakob, for the logo. He had to make this morning very quickly. And we actually have this Bristol Stool Scale as well now in a libadwaita app. It's not published to FlatHub yet, but there is a repository. You can also have some fancy things. I definitely stole this from some other apps I found on Android and iOS. But you can actually do this now before people make screenshots or photos while I'm standing here. There's a repository you can already clone. So there's a repository. If you want, you can build it and you can have fun with it. If somebody wants to publish it to FlatHub, be my guest. Or if you want to extend it as well. So yes, this is my first GUADEC talk. Thank you. Where I literally talk shit, and I know I don't know how to explain this at home. But so we get to part two. Part two. So this is the serious part, a little bit more. I want to give a little shout out to the Linux apps ecosystem. Because I looked up, the amount of music players we have is insane. It's 200, so I don't have that here, so it's 206, 205 or something. There's also 250 video players. There's also about 89, if I can read correctly, terminals. So it is the year of the Linux desktop. Hooray, we did well. But are you noticing a certain theme in all of those things? And that's, if you do not look up poop tracker, you cannot find something, but you also can't, and you can't find Spider. You can find lots of those on Android. You can find lots of those on iOS, but for some reason I can't do that on the web. So I can take a screenshot of that. But it's not the only kind of category of app that we don't have. For example, a period tracker or a blood sugar measurer. There's actually one, but it's written in Qt, and it uses some weird protocol that I have no idea what that is. For some reason, it's also giving Razer as a search result, so we have 4 or more hits even. But everything after 2, the second result basically is not something you want to have there. But it gets even not that nice because this ability, which I would assume is a tag you can look for, also gives only 2 hits, and they don't look very relevant either, right? So just to be clear,
I want to repeat that slide. We are doing great in terms of we have a big ecosystem, we have a lot of apps, but I'm hoping maybe we could do a bit better. So actually the thing I want to talk about is, and this is my last slide, write whatever app you want, but maybe think about writing something else, maybe about, for example, the accessibility that some people talked about, other groups that might want to have some apps, and don't write the 206th music player. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you so much. Now we have Jakub.
Happening? Is it happening? All right. All right, so this is going to be, my name is Jakob Scheiner. This is going to be a kind of a granddad speaks about the war kind of talk. Although granddad really doesn't remember any dates or names or anything, so it's going to be special. So I'm just going to, because I've spoken to a lot of people who like have no idea about how long we've been doing this. And so I'm just gonna review all the styles of the icons that we went through over the years. So I started contributing to GNOME around the year 99. Were really influenced in a major way by Thomas Kuosmanen, who was the original sort of visual design person, and he like gave the life or the look of the GNOME desktop with very like pale, desaturated color palette and very soft sort of like illustration style. When I joined in, I looked at KDE. They had like this strong outline, very fine isometric look, and I really wanted to have a crisp look. So the first thing I did, I tried to nudge Tuomas more into like having a stronger outline. Sadly, we had a problem with using very like hacker-friendly formats like XPM. That was great because you could have it in the header file, but it didn't do alpha channel. So we had all these jaggies. This is like GNOME 1 and 2 world. So my involvement pushed it more into like a less free form, but more like orthogonal lines and having a crisp look. Then I sort of had to explore different styles myself. So introduced the sort of my contribution is always introducing something new, introducing a new problem that we later have to solve. So I really enjoyed exploring a different style of icons, which it never became part of GNOME or anything, but like really whetted appetite of some people, and they were like complimenting me and then showing me the screenshot of the mixture, which is what theming is. You just create a problem of like a whack-a-mole. There's always going to be something that looks out of style, and it's horrible. And then another problem that we were solving was because the icons were rendered on top of, because theming was a thing, on different colors. So we had to have like a style that would allow to keep the contrast regardless of whether the background was dark or light. And we pulled inspiration because there is no such thing as an original idea. There was a designer, Stephen Orlando, and of course I can't remember the other guy. They made a really lovely redesign of the Firefox theme. It was called Pinstripe and Windstripe on Windows. And they had like this inner highlight thing that I was really inspired by. And we, together with many other designers, for example, at the beginning of the GUADEC, we had Lapo Calamandre, also an old timer. Now we have Hilke here, who was also part of the team that defined the style guidelines for the Tango style. And then together with Lapo mainly, we went into the direction of high resolution icons. So like we presented icons of very, very large sizes. I can't really see, so I have more than that because I didn't see how much there. So we did this. This looks great, just like theming. It looks great on paper if you're presenting like 3 or 4, but it's just so labor intensive. And of course, we didn't have high resolution icons for everything. It was really laborious. This is the new icon style for applications. It's so new that it's like 7 years now or 9. Yeah. So this is it. Also, like we used to do like different variants for the different sizes so they're crisp. We no longer do that. We're lazy. Laziness is progress. So we have one scalable vector. It's done so that it kind of renders well at down to 32 pixels. Then we have the symbolic style, so we don't do full color for the interface icons. There's a project called App Icon Requests, where as an app developer, you can request an icon. It's very bottlenecked by, like me, and a couple, like there's a handful of designers that can help you out. If you submit, or if you aim to submit your app into GNOME Circle, it's definitely going to have all of us try to help you out with an app icon. I'm not going to go into that. I always, like Lapo is probably laughing now at his screen if he sees it, because I always run out of time. I'm out of time, sorry. Take care.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for showing the sign. We don't have that much time. It would be amazing to cover all the lightning talks, you know, like, or have longer talks. Maybe we can propose it next year. So, Jordan, whenever you're ready, feel free to go.
Does this work? Oh, yes. Okay, let's see, is it mirrored? There we go, it's mirrored now. So, hello, I'm Jordan. I'm usually the guy that you go to when things stop compiling before you go to the sysadmins. And as such, I've been doing CI things for like a couple of years now. This is about things that we haven't to do in like the last year or so, but I couldn't find the time to write slides or add anything or even documentation because I was too busy chatting with people. But yeah, here we go. So we have a couple of new CI templates. For like 6 years, we only had the flatpak template. Now I've added more because reasons. First of all, it's like a very small snippet of the common workflow default rules that you have to, if you have like, if your merge request makes 2 pipelines for 1 commit and you don't know why, just add this rule and it will fix the thing. Every project pretty much has it. Now it's like in a single file. We can all use the same thing. Be done with it. Second of all, we have a new CI template for very basic things that every project was doing on their own time and they were re-implementing everything on their own. Now it's everything contained in a single file using either the GNOME OS image or it's like it's also configurable so you can use your own Fedora image. This is all the only thing that you need to do. You just add the default rules as from the previous template that we said. Then you add like this component here with like maybe the message options you want or like enable or disable features that you want. And what you get, or this is another smaller example from lib spelling, what you get is a pipeline like this, which has LSAN, SAN, CLang builds, code coverage reports, scan build, UBSAN. It deploys the documentation for you, it builds it and deploys it. It also handles the releases. So when you go to the merge request, if I can find the link, oh, here we are with the merge request. That's the thing. You can like now see that it has test coverage that extracts automatically from the job. And if GitLab were to load, it will also show you the test report and what failed, what passed. With oh, there we are. We have like 4 failures. It will tell you, and it will also expose your artifacts, which are like links to the coverage report and scan build, which you can browse online directly from the GitLab UI. So going to the docs, we'll have a new template for docs that will like take care of for like deploying the docs directly for you. The previous job already builds and extracts the docs if they are available. This one will deploy them. Where's the here we add this line basically, and it uses the previous build. It's pre-configured everything to work with the default, and everything is deployed. It will give you a link, and you have your docs directly. So next one is releases. We have a new release process for core GNOME modules. You just tag and the CI takes care of everything for you. It's documented here. Stefan and AV had a very nice talk about it earlier. I also added Maximiliano originally started working on it, and after like spending a week debugging this, we now have the same thing for applications that are in the circle and do this. Can do the same thing, but instead of like uploading to the GNOME FTP server or another HTTP server, we upload directly to GitLab releases. So you add the template like this, a number all. The changes are like basically a single line, and then you no longer have to do mesh on disk, create the release, and do a couple of other things. You tag, you get the release created automatically for you. If you scroll down, there's the tarballs, and then you can update FlatHub. The one in FlatHub. Additionally, now we have tests for the test. So we till now for like 6 years we had like no tests for the flatpak template that we used to run all the tests of the applications. That took me like 2 weeks and like a lot of GitLab features waiting for it to land before it was possible. Now we like actually can test the template we used to test. Yes, and oh, I forgot to mention, Martin and Sam had an amazing talk on using sysext and in CI with OpenQA. We have another template where you can like build the sysext and test it with OpenQA directly. I eventually will like move this to the basic CI template. So in addition to getting documentation and ASAN and all that, you will also get the sysext automatically for you, so you can like test it. And what else? I think that's about it, unless I'm forgetting something. Yep, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Rob.
So, I'm here to talk about what is Endless doing now. You've noticed I've probably spent all my time here talking about GNOME. I'm wearing a big orange t-shirt. There are not that many people here from Endless. Endless still supports GNOME. We love GNOME. We love everything you're doing. We're doing other stuff. We're still funding the GNOME Foundation. There's been 7 figures. We're working on stuff. FlatHub is here. Digital Wellbeing is here. But I'm also here, and I will tell you a little bit about what the rest of the team is doing, if I can put the screen on. Do you see anything? You see wallpaper. OK, good. That's promising. I want displays, not monitors. I know how computers work. You see the display. Oh, there we go. Mirror. That's what I want. This resolution is hilarious, but let's just roll with it. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. OK. No. Mastodon is slowing down Firefox. Thanks. Slideshow. Is that going to be hilarious? Yep. OK, cool. So what's Endless doing now? The first thing, we used to be called the NSOS Foundation. We are doing more things that are not NSOS, so we are now called Endless Access. The mission is still the same idea. We're looking to empower people across the world so that they have the skills and tools they need to lead an empowered life. What do I mean by empowered life? Ultimately, when it comes down to pick anyone in the world, what do they need? Food, shelter, these things. How do they get those things? education, opportunity, meaningful work. So we're trying to ultimately build jobs and skills to support that within the digital economy. Software, computers, technology is literally changing the way the whole world works, faster now than ever before. So how do we catch people up? How do we find anyone in the world and give them what they need? There's this hierarchy of needs: electricity, computers, internet, skills, jobs, happiness, we hope, or at least peace, as people have the things that they need. NS Access is working in two main programs: device access and the internet. We've talked about it here before. You know, NSOS, Ender's Key, pay-as-you-go laptops, those things, they're all happening, they're all wonderful. The new stuff, games and learning program. What am I talking about? Why do people need to learn how to make games? Games are hard, they're very complicated. They require interdisciplinary collaboration. You need art, design, QA, entrepreneurship, coding, all of these things. So you're not just teaching someone individual skills, them versus the computer. You're teaching people how to make teams and how to work. And games is basically our mini version of the workplace. So we have built a game, which I'll talk to you about. It's Threadbare. It's an open source, kind of cozy RPG game, which is all about telling stories. We've built learning programs around that. So experiences where people can make their first use of Godot, make their first Git commit, ultimately join our community, build the game together with us. Platform so that we can understand what people have done, recognize contributions, ideally plug into ASU and issue micro-credentials and degree credits and give people the portfolio and the qualifications to prove that they've demonstrated the skills. An open community, because we want this to scale. We want people to be able to help each other. We want the mentors and the reviewers to be the same people. We want, ultimately, our community to be able to build this game and many other games together and use that as a way to develop and demonstrate the skills. And partnerships. As a non-profit, what we're trying to do is go out and find people who didn't think that they could do anything digital, anything games, build anything with a computer, and to say, actually, yes, you can. Come do this small thing, do this medium thing, and then come and join us on GitHub and Discord, and you too can join all of this fun. That is a diagram that says basically that. Players, learners, self-guided or through a program, contributors, mentors, and then take over and run it for us. So Threadbare. Threadbare is a game around storytelling. You're this little guy here, the story weaver. Your thimble and button and pin. You are basically trying to save the world. The stories have not been told. The threads of the world are unraveling. And society is losing its identity. So you need to go play these little games, the levels we call quests. You collect threads of mystery and imagination. And you need to go and spirit. And you need to go and put them into the eternal loom and help to restore the world. It's structured in a way that we call, it can be endlessly created. So it's designed with many, many worlds. We have a lore quest, we have our own characters, the ink drinkers, and stuff I'm forgetting, where you can build the world with us. And there are also story quests, which are designed to be sort of a standalone level that a learner or a team of learners can contribute. But then they can find identity and meaning for their own realities. A teacher could use it to teach maths, someone can use it to promote their language, someone can use it to tell their family stories or to represent their culture or objects or history that has meaning to them. So it's a very broad space where people can find meaning and identity and engage with us. We've made learning programs around Make Code, which is a sort of arcade game thing that Microsoft has. 1 minute? Oh my God, okay, I'll go to the demo. Anyway, thousands of people have learned stuff with us, and hundreds of people have built things in... is this going to work? Nope, that is not the right thing. No. Oh, I have a tab open. That was clever of me. So, yes, demo. So, yeah, we've taught thousands of people around skills with Godot, and hundreds of people have built levels to go into Threadbare. Not all of them submitted them, thanks Git. We're working on making that easier for people. So let's talk to the elder. Yes, 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 thank you. I'm going to run out of time. Yes, there's a quest. Let's play the musician's quest. Yep, yeah. We love you too. Anyway, you get the idea. It's you can't hear anything. Excellent. Somehow I know the combination here. Actually, no, I've forgotten it. Oh, yeah, there we go. There are sounds. You probably can't hear them. Excellent. And I can collect the thread. Memory. And I can go to the next level. Inkwell, here we come. Anyway, that's Threadbare. find us on Discord, ask me, come to GitHub, the usual stuff. That's what we're doing.
Thank you very much. Now we have Aryan. Again. Is yours part 2 as well, or it's a separate?
No, this is a new one.
Perfect.
So this is my third talk, I guess, before the one tomorrow. So yeah, I will utilize the best of the times here. So how many of you know GNOME extensions? I thought better numbers, but okay, nice. So for those who don't know, GNOME extensions are a little piece of software that messes up with the GNOME shell to make it do things it didn't want to do. Not the best description, I know, but that's what it does. It plugs into the GNOME shell and modifies it with new behavior. Now, why are we talking about extensions? The simple answer is that it's a great gateway drug into GNOME development. It started my development journey when I didn't know how to develop apps, how to do GTK things. But extensions are so small pieces of code that you can easily create them, spin them up, and modify your shell with the behavior. And I see that a lot of people ask questions that how they can start with GNOME development, GTK development, all those. So I just believe that it's a great way to do that. And it's written in JS. So a lot of people know that before they learn a new real language. Sorry, JS is also good. But yeah, it's a great way to get into GNOME development. And I've just got to know that we have TypeScript support now, another good language. So yeah. That's about it. And we have an internship BOF tomorrow with Felipe, Elende, and everyone from the internship committee. So if anybody has any questions of how they can start with GNOME development, how they can get into GSOC, Outreachy, or just help GNOME in any way, or if they have any suggestions, join us there, and yeah, we'll have a fun talk. Thanks.
So the next lightning talk is not from me, fortunately. Saizan, one of the volunteers, is joining from Malaysia. He has been a big help from the AVT, and he will start his lightning talk soon. Saizan, if you're hearing us, please continue. Can you hear us? Yes, we're messaging. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you. Yeah, I think you guys can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
us? Can you
yes,
hear me?
yes.
Can you hear
We can hear you.
Hello. Hello from the other side. Yeah, I think you guys can hear you now. Yeah, I think I can start now. Is it? Okay, just go. So, okay guys, I just want to make a quick one. So, hello everyone, my name is Azwan. So, Probably people wonder who am I. So this is my background, my back in the ground actually. So I'm just a sysadmin, doing my own stuff. Yeah, you can see I'm freelancing, but I running my own company. So this is actually just running through one of my community things. I do love do event. So yeah, this is my list of events. So going through about that, I just want to talk about uh, this stuff. So I think everyone here kind of like I think everyone is here is very open about open source. So I just want to open. I just want to make you guys much more clearer about what is technically is open source. So for me, open source is basically just a way that people can. It's just another way that we can do technology. So this is just a code. But then for me, open source is basically is a knowledge. You have to gain. It's a way you able to gain knowledge. You get knowledge, and also probably playing around with your knowledge. So it's an open society in unrestricted and I guess uh, it's an open place to not just to explore, maybe to I mean it's open, it's unrestrictive. Rather than we talking like I said, rather than we talking about another languages, probably PHP guys talking about Rust. Even for me, I'm not a programmer. I'm a sysadmin, so I do not have any idea why how do you code your UI. So it's the best place for me to understand on your expertise, and also probably on my side I can understand what do you require or do what need to make your software or maybe anything that can improve not just for your application but for the community itself. So why don't share knowledge? So that's a key thing about open source. But then I just to remind to you guys the true gem, the real gem in open source is always community. So it's all about you. You are participating. You are. I mean, you guys there. I'm here. I'm also participating remotely. Although I'm just poaching this. I, never mind. But community is the real gem in open source. So rather than it's not happening without us, without you guys. It's not happening. It's not happening with just a mindset. It's that just not happening with somebody do talks. It's you. You guys do codes. You guys give suggestion. Probably you guys also doing the testing it, make it better. Who knows? And also, yeah, that's I mean that's the true gem in open source. So from here, I can learn everyone. I can learn technologies, like I said before. I can as a non-programmer, I can understand what are your big picture on how you want to do more better uh, in future. And also for me, I want to make sure on my end, I want to make user much more okay with the application. So that's one thing. And also as it's a way that we can socialize. It's the way that we can meet people. We can know what they are doing. We can, like I said, I can for example, I just realized there's no application about stool. So now we already have one running around. And yeah, but then in the end of the day, it's about friendship. It's about people who are together. I mean, we cannot. If I don't, I'm not here because of myself, but because of the community members. People are pushing to do this. Probably I want to volunteer myself to do anything. That's all. So On that note, what I do? So I obviously I use it. So people don't know, didn't realize it's when you use it, you are contributing it. I also, yeah, I mean, doing testing on it. This is all games, and also I'm contributing on my local events. So this is my I mean, playing around. Uh, I also participating in my local event here. So this is my first event. This is my first event that I participate, and also this is my first international. I mean, not international. I mean, a community, global community project that I do participate. Actually, I just do. I just doing translation. Nothing on yada yada. Just translating. So what you should do? Never invent the wheel. It's bad. I mean, you can. It's good to do from scratch, but I don't. We got tool which can be done much more shorter, much more quicker, and also much more people that can understand and don't do silo. So this is okay. Time out. I just want to make it short. This is my finishing part. So never go do silo. Seek help. And yeah, seek help. That's all. That's I think that's the thing. And you can learn new thing every day. So I think three words that I want to share with you with the guys before I finishing this talk. So information is free. You have to know. People are not. You have to pay, but contributor is priceless. You have to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shazwan. It was an amazing talk. We are so happy somehow you participated in the event. I just want everyone to know that for as long as we have attended GUADEC in person, he has been helping us online, and he has attended for the same amount of time as us. He has been like just there all the time. Yeah.
I want a super, 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 super big applause for a special guest. I believe the youngest lightning talk speaker we had so far. Puoi sederti? No. Super professional, standing up. Please, an applause to No, guarda qua, qua è quello che vedono loro. Niente.
Che devo fare?
Oh, yeah, it works. So, Pietro, want to tell you today's beautiful audience something about you? Like, how old are you? Looks very old.
So Just 1 second. Sorry for the online watchers. We are not streaming Pietro. You will understand why in a bit. You are going to see only his screen, not his face. Just to advise, it's not a mistake, it's on purpose.
Hi, I'm Pietro. I'm 12 years old.
Yeah, that's good.
I like programming.
Oh. Okay, so you use GNOME, as
Yeah.
you can see. Yeah. And so what do you want to show us today?
I created a project for an init system written in Golang. It's a language written by Google.
Yeah. Yeah, and what does it do? Like. Something very simple,
Yeah.
imagine, no? Like, I don't know.
This
Summing to
system,
numbers, no.
this system has a project for be an init system in user space for managing processes with user.
Okay.
Like systemd user.
Trivia, isn't it? So do you have a demo for us, or?
Okay. Now.
No worries. So everybody write the wrong task all the time. Oh, we lost the screen now. What's going on? It's
Oh, no, ok.
Guardalo di qua, guarda.
Ok.
Che volevi fare?
Un problema perché ho scritto delle cose personali nel test.
Ah.
C'erano dei servizi.
Ah, okay.
TC.
I didn't want to reveal a private information, so I had to delete some.
Where is my settings?
Okay.
Ok. Puoi non guardare, per favore,
Sì,
devo,
sì,
devo
vabbè.
togliere una cosa.
This is very important. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. As we know, is relatively very concerned on privacy, so we respect this screen right now.
Ok, questo va tolto.
Just a few seconds.
Sorry,
It's demo time, and of course, demos.
Okay. Okay, it does work now.
Okay.
I can do this.
Yeah, of course you can.
No, basta,
No.
basta, 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 basta. Okay.
Okay. So, are you?
Seems like working.
Okay. Do you have a? Do you see the screen because we don't see anything? Okay. Non si vede nulla.
Si vede?
No, ancora no, è quello che appare lì, guarda.
Perché non funziona?
Un attimo. Con calma. Eccolo.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we are.
Okay. Okay.
So,
what
do you have in your screen?
Now, this new system has got some features like, for example, the programming services. Services are stored into the directory etc go init services. you have services in a JSON format, like for example a test with the echo.service. This JSON format has got a name with the name of the service, comment, active for the status, the user to execute it, and at keyword that needs for saying the init system when execute the service.
Okay. Is that time or like a low order?
It's like a time of execution based on startup, power off, reboot, during the boot.
Okay, yeah.
Various number can be combined for multiple startups. Now I started a Python web server. I'm working on a function that wants to be unique for this init system. In this case, you look that I have a TTI. This TTI is the TTY1, but if I type TTI ACT dev PTS5, because I would implement a system that consents you run a service into a TTI with the standard input, standard output, standard error on the TTI, after closing the TTI and opening the same process with the same std and stout std on another console.
Okay.
How does this work? Into this services module, I have this struct of this service for the arguments name, comment, status, active, user, pipe, and PT pipe, the pipe with the PTI. Now, I create with this module called PTI. I create a virtual PTI and attach the service to that PTI. And after, when calling the method attach, where is it? Okay, I start some routines that copies from the file to the pipe.
I see.
From the virtual PTI to the terminal the user is connecting.
Very good.
So how do you feel knowing less than a 12-year-old guy?
It's basically, feels like, meeting Leonard when he was a kid.
We are out of place now.
Yeah.
Which sense?
You are great. we feel we should learn more to keep up with your knowledge.
And what are your next projects? Because you told me that you had.
I want to create a compiler for a language.
That seems the next level.
I'm learning assembly for create a...
Exactly. That's the point, right?
So elementary has Vala, and we are going to have Pietro's language, so we can keep up with the with the competitors.
Yeah.
So Pietro, what do you want to tell us?
You want to show us more, or?
Do you know DistroBox?
Yes.
Yeah, a bit.
It's like Toolbox.
Exactly.
You know, it's made by an Italian guy.
Yeah.
That should have been here, but he's a bad guy, so he's not here.
I tried to make...
Ciao Luca, I love you.
Make a thing like...
So Pietro, to wrap up a bit, what's your plan for the future?
Yeah, the compiler, and then another kernel, maybe?
Be the best programmer ever, I suppose. No, you're not sure about that. We have to close because
Okay.
people is tired, not of you,
Sorry.
but of these 3 very heavy days. So please, a big applause to Pietro.
Alzati, guardali.
Grazie, Pietro.
You're doing great.
Prego.
It's been fantastic. We want you also at next
Thanks.
GUADEC.
Thank you for listening to my lightning talk.
So as you can imagine, here is the end of the day 3 of GUADEC, which means that all the talk days are done. Thank you so much for joining us this edition. It has been great meeting you all. You've been amazing this year. Thank you so much. I would like to give a big thank you to the venue who hosted us this year. Thank you so much. A super big thank you to our sponsors, Diamond sponsor Endless and our Gold sponsor Red Hat and Google. Thank you so much. So if you'd like to watch the talks again, everything is up on YouTube. Feel free to go back if you've missed any talks. Everything will be there. Tomorrow and the day after will be the BOV days and the workshop days. Those will be happening in this venue, basically in this floor. The rooms will be right in front of the library, of the little bibliothèque. Tomorrow morning, the volunteers and the organizers will be here to help you out. I just wanted to give you like a brief information that we're exactly in this floor. And I think that you've also read the emails that I've sent. It's self-regulated, let's say, so feel free to bring your own laptop so you can hack during the sessions. And the next upcoming events. GNOME Asia this year is happening in Tokyo, in Japan, from 13th to the 14th of December. We would so much love to see you there as well. So please consider submitting a call for papers. It will very soon be open. And we still haven't decided for the Linux Hub Summit for 2026, but I hope it will be out soon and we'll have like a official place that will go. A big thank you to all the organizers and the volunteers and please feel free to come up here on the stage. Depesha, Asmit, Marie, Anissa, Caroline, who helped us this year, Mirko, Saizen, and Alessandro. Thank you so much for your help. To Rosanna as well. Thank you so much. Rosanna, thank you so much. Thank you. And now, I want the biggest applause ever for the absolute star of this GUADEC, which is Pietro. He has been amazing. Thank you so much. Pietro. We don't have a location still for GUADEC 2026. Once I'll have that location, you will be the first to know. I will let you know as soon as possible, hopefully in the next month or so. So until then, I hope you will be doing well, amazing, and take care of yourselves. And I'm so happy to see you all. Please don't forget that we have the dinner tonight at Vita. So I'll see you all there. Thank you so much.